The Mets are back in town. It was an unsuccessful road trip, but the Mets come home with a new face. Well, not quite a new face, but a new shortstop. Wilmer Flores is going to get a chance to play, trying to inject some offense into a Mets team that has struggled to score runs. At Citi Field in New York, the New York Mets play the Philadelphia Phillies. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. Gary Cohen, Keith Hernandez, Ron Darling with you tonight as the Mets open a 3-game series against the division rival Phillies. Wilmer Flores is here. Flores was up for one game early in the season, but he's here now to be the everyday shortstop, at least for now, with the Mets struggling to score runs.
Well, Wilmer last year, if you recall, was called up. And really, if you look at his numbers last year, he hit .211, but remember, he got hurt. He sprained that ankle rounding third base at Dodger Stadium, and he never really recovered for it, and his average plunged. Now, he's played over 400 games in the minor leagues, but the last 2 years, or 2 of the last 3 years, didn't play any there, only 25 this year. So Quintanilla's down. They need some offense, the Mets. They're calling him up. This young man has another big opportunity, Gary.
And he was hot in AAA when called up, and I think all along, Flores' bat has been his best tool. The question is, for a guy who clearly is not a Gold Glove shortstop, how does that impact the pitching staff that's not a big strikeout staff?
Well, Keith, I love you talking about the hitting, but as a former pitcher, I want the guy to catch the baseball. I think the key is he was asked today, he goes, you know what? I know there's a lot of questions about my defense, but I can play the shortstop position. So you got to love that confidence. He doesn't have to make all the great plays, just the ones right at him.
And tonight, Flores will be playing behind Henry Mejia. He's got a goal of his own, and that is to get through the middle of the game.
Well, I think with Henry Mejia, we see the same game almost every time. He will dominate early and then struggle late. This was the start, of course, in Colorado. A lot of numbers like that in Colorado, but he's got to show tonight that he can go a little deeper, or he might go to the bullpen.
On the other side, the former Fausto Carmona, now known as Roberto Hernandez, makes the start for the Phillies.
You know, he has 7 starts, 1 relief appearance against the Mets. This is a guy that's 61 and 83 in his career, 19 wins one season, but that was a long time ago.
So it's the Mets and Phillies as the Mets begin a homestand at Citi Field. Autograph session, Curtis Granderson's up for that. Come on back, all the action on SNY. SNY is brought to you by Mitsubishi Motors, who invite you to find your own lane. By Topps, collect the Mets power players and win Mets prizes, including autograph cards, memorabilia, and more. Go to Topps.com/power players. By Geico. And by Budweiser, great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Time for tonight's AT&T fan photo of the game. Tweet or Instagram your photo using hashtag SNY fan photo for a chance to have it shown later tonight during the game. Drive Around the Majors presented by Honda. Last night the Rockies got shut out in Texas, but Nolan Arenado extended his hitting streak to 28 games, a new Rockies franchise record, halfway to DiMaggio. Doug Fister finally makes his Nats debut tonight after being acquired from Detroit in the offseason. He will pitch tonight in Oakland, and Matt Cain will return from the disabled list, cut his finger trying to make a sandwich. He'll face the Dodgers tomorrow in L.A. Here it's the Mets and the Phillies on a humid, foggy kind of a night. David Wright, the captain, getting everybody ready. Mets and Phils, first pitch is coming right up. Game day on SNY.TV, featuring pitch-by-pitch coverage, player cards, and in-depth stats. Check out SNY Game Day on SNY.TV, your online home of all things New York sports. And you can follow every game with MLB.com at bat on your favorite mobile phone or tablet. Get live look-ins, instant replays, scores, stats, audio, free MLB.TV game of the day. That's a lot. And more. Download on the App Store or visit Mets.com today. There's the Phillies starting lineup. Phillies just finished a 4-game, 2-country series against the Blue Jays and lost all 4.
Oh, geez.
It's hard to get swept in 2 countries, but that's the lineup. Jimmy Rollins back at shortstop. Hasn't played there since Sunday. He pulled a groin. He DH'd the last 2 days in Toronto. It's a struggling Phillies team against a Met team that's lost 6 of 7 and trying to get back on the beam with Henry Mejia on the mound.
Well, no losses and 3 wins for Henry, but that high ERA, twice as many strikeouts as base on balls, and that's been his career mark in 17 starts, 35 walks, and 73 Ks.
And we'll take a look at your Metsy defense, brought to you by Lexus. We've talked about Lagares in center field. You all know that. No one can play it better than him. Flores, he's got his first start. And at shortstop, Satin gets the start. Lucas Duda is under the weather, very sick, as we've heard. And Darno and Mejia the battery.
And there is Wilmer, his first big league start at short. He's played 478 games at shortstop in the minors, but as Keith noted, none in 2012, none in 2013, 25 games this year with 7 errors at Las Vegas. And I don't think anybody knows exactly what to expect from Wilmer at short.
Well, you know, when you think about it, though, the last couple of seasons, they've got just about nothing offensively from shortstop. So they're going to try to roll the dice really here that Wilmer can, I don't know, learn the position here at shortstop, play it well enough to make that bat of his really valuable.
Wilmer was with the Mets briefly early this year, played 1 game, and then went down to Vegas and played mostly at short to prepare for this. And, you know, for a Mets organization that does not have a lot of depth at that position, this is just a little bit of a roll of the dice to see if they can make it work.
And the old adage is you got to be strong up the middle if you're going to win. And that with Murph at second, a little bit challenging in that middle infield.
And you just saw Ruben Tejada sitting in the dugout. For the moment, he has been supplanted. You might see him as a late inning defensive replacement.
Well, Omar Quintanilla, who is let go, well, that role has now been filled by Ruben.
Ben Revere will lead things off for the Phillies. Revere, like most of the Phillies outfield, has been struggling lately. Just 5 for his last 27 after a good start, but he's hitting .283 for the year. The Phils 3 games under 500 after getting swept in that 4-game series by the Blue Jays, and they not only got swept, they got outscored 31-11. And Mejia's first pitch fastball's in for a strike, and we're underway with a little light drizzle falling.
It's a misty rain.
Temperature 63 degrees. Temperature will probably not move much as the evening goes along. And Mejia throws it up and away, a ball and a strike.
Ronnie, the splits on Mejia, left-handers hitting .204 with only 1 home run, righties .297. So my feeling is that Henry's natural movement to the right-hand hitters breaks away. He can't throw that inside fastball that they kind of get wise to him and lean out over the plate.
Well, his ball to the left-hander breaks to the inside part of the plate on the small part of the bat. Against the right-handed hitter, it breaks out to the bigger part of the bat.
Jimmy Rollins on deck, then Chase Utley. Revere chops one back to Mejia, and he takes care of Revere for the first out of the night. So 1 out and nobody on. Now Jimmy Rollins. Rollins, as we mentioned, had a slight groin strain that kept him off the field for the last 4 days, although he pinch hit Monday, Tuesday, DH'd Wednesday, Thursday. Phil's got thumped yesterday in Toronto before making the trip here. They lost that game 12-6 as A.J. Burnett had his first real blow up of the year.
Well, this is the first man in the order of the aging Phillies. 5 guys in this order, and Ryan Howard's the youngest at 34, and Marlon Byrd the oldest at 36. This is a veteran team, to say the least, with Utley, Rollins. They've been a cornerstone there of that ball club, and Howard.
And Ruiz also 35, so it is certainly not a young team, and it's certainly an approach that was criticized heavily in the offseason by a lot of observers of the Phillies. They've been able to keep their head above water for the early part of the year, but just lately things have gone badly for them. As Mejia misses with a changeup, and it's 2-0.
Well, the talk has been about Mejia going to the bullpen, and Mejia has just come out publicly dead set does not want to go to the bullpen, and I think it's a bit premature.
Broken bat, tough play from Murphy coming on, and the sidearm throw gets Rollins by a stride for the second out. Where did the barrel of that bat go? Up in the stands?
No, yeah, it did, and it fell in an empty seat.
Sawed him off. There's that little runner right in his hands.
Left with nothing but splinters in his hand.
He almost beat that ball out.
And Ryan Sandberg's going to come out and kill some time here to see whether his replay people want to challenge this call at first base. Tim Timmons, the first base umpire, made the call.
And notice how he's going to turn his well, actually face the third base dugout. so he can get a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
Not even really close.
No, he's clearly out.
And Larry Boa, who's the bench coach, is on the phone. He's going to give the thumbs down in a second. There you go.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Like Larry used to steal signs with the Cubs that year in '84.
Let me ask you a question with these new replay rules, and this just struck me. You've got a limit on the number of challenges you can use. 1 per game, 2 if you're successful on the first one. Should there be a limit of the number of times you can come out to kill time for a challenge?
That is a good point, because I think you're talking about prolonging a game.
I mean, is that something you think they might think of as they move toward next year and try and tighten up the rules?
I think, and I know this is strong language, I think the coaches are starting to make a travesty of the game. Just to go out there every single time there's a play, I mean, by the naked eye, it's not even close. But there are some managers, and your theme is going to be everything close, I'm going out.
And why not? If there's no limit, why shouldn't you?
And it's not, I don't blame them. They're playing by the rules.
And particularly when the other pitcher is on the mound. You might not do it as much when your pitcher is out there because it might hurt his rhythm.
I'm still going to stay with the word travesty. I just think that you know it's an out, but you're going to go out there. There's a lot of politicking going on, too. What if you don't go out for that hitter and you go out for another hitter? So you want him to get a hit more than the other guy? I'm telling you, there's really a lot of underlying stuff working here.
Well, Terry Collins has challenged as little as any manager in the game. He's only challenged 3 times and been successful 2 of 3. So he's been judicious about his challenges. Utley hitting a .325. He's been the best bat in the lineup this year, and he takes one up the middle. Flores with a diving stop, but he can't make the transfer, and Utley has an infield hit. Well, Flores was playing toward the middle, and that gave him a chance to smother it, but no chance to get Utley.
Nice dive for it. Just a little bit of a wet. You saw when he went to get up, watch his bare hand slipped on the wet. And there you have the bad exchange. But nice effort.
I think that's why it's hard sometimes. And that's why it's amazing when you see those tall guys who can play the infield, because they're able to pop up like that. Because those little guys, it's a little easier to do that.
So here's Ryan Howard with 2 out and Utley at first. Howard 7 home runs, 20 driven in.
Well, there's the big shift right there. Murph, we've seen this before with Howard up. Now, Howard has never been a guy that uses his lower body when he swings. He locks up his hips. He's so strong upstairs. And then with that Achilles heel injury he had, it's been a long road back for him. 7 home runs, but only hitting .236.
By the way, that hit for Utley, that infield hit, it's the first hit Mejia's given up in the first inning this year. Opposing hitters have been 0 for 19 in the first inning before that infield single. Not used to pitching from the stretch early on. And Howard takes it through the vacated area for a base hit. Utley will stop at second. So with the Mets over shifting, Howard took one the other way, and back-to-back 2-out hits for the Phillies.
Well, with the big shift here, the big guys can go the other way.
See, the fastball supposed to be away right down the middle.
Yep, as you can see, watch his front foot. He doesn't. That's as good as I've seen him. At least you want to have your feet pointing towards the pitcher when you swing and you follow through. I've seen him literally completely block his hips, have that front foot stride pointing towards the third base dugout.
First at bat back at Citi Field for the former Met Marlon Byrd, who had such a good 4 months for the Mets last year before they traded him away, and off to a terrific start for the Phillies this year. First pitch attack, which is what he did a good portion of last year for the Mets.
I like that pitch there. You cannot be down in the strike zone, the Marlin, and you don't want to have anything soft. He's a good breaking ball hitter.
Marlon's been red hot lately, hitting .457 over his last 12 games. Dominic Brown would be next. Marlon already has 11 doubles, a triple, and 4 home runs over the first 6 weeks of the year. There's been some talk recently about Marlon moving over to play center for the Phillies. if their outfield continues to struggle.
Well, it's not that Revere has not only struggled a little offensive, but he has struggled defensively also.
They've got Darren Ruff, the big slugger, on the disabled list with an oblique injury. He might be back in a week, so they might plug him into the outfield and move Marlin. At least that's been part of the conversation. Phillies looking for offense. They're 10th in the National League in runs scored, 12th in home runs. To Bird.
You know, I don't see Marlin pitch this way very often, but at the belt, inside is how you get him out. He is the guy who likes the ball out over the plate or anything down.
Utley at second, Howard at first with 2 down. Mejia ahead on Bird 0-2. And it's on the inside corner. Strike 3 called. Got him looking at that inside slider. And Mejia gets himself through the opening inning. Mets will come to bat against Roberto Hernandez in the bottom of the first. No score at Citi Field. Flores getting the start at short, but also Josh Satin, his first start against a right-hander this year because Lucas Duda has bad stomach flu. He's in the hospital getting some IV. So Satin in there at first base tonight against the sinker baller Roberto Hernandez.
Well, he's thrown awfully well. The Mets saw him last week. He only got an out in a relief appearance, but he's a guy you're going to watch. He's got a pretty good breaking ball changeup, but his power sinker is his strength.
Juan Lagares will lead it off. Lagares had a good series in Colorado, but just 1 for 8 in the series in Miami as he and everybody else on the ball club struggled to hit against that Marlins pitching staff. 3 runs in 3 games. Mets have gone 23 innings without scoring a run. And Hernandez gets the sinker in for a strike, 1-1. Well, Duda's back from the hospital. That's nice to see.
He doesn't look like he's feeling great, though. Get him inside, right?
Get him home in bed.
Yeah.
Call him up, come to the ballpark in the 9th if you need him to pinch hit. 2-1 to Lagares with Murphy and Wright to follow. Lagares at .316 for the year, .345 on base percentage, doing exactly what the Mets want and more with the bat. 33-year-old Roberto Hernandez, who gained 3 years in a different name when he got found out 2 years ago. He had gone by Fausto Carmona and pretended to be 3 years younger than he was. As Fausto Carmona, he had a magnificent first year as a starter with Cleveland back in '07. He was great that year. Poke foul. He was 19-8, 3.06 ERA, finished 4th in the Cy Young balloting, and he's never been the same since.
I have him as 53 and 51 under the name Carmona, 8 and 32 under Hernandez.
Imposter. Diabolique. 2-2. Hit on the ground. Utley to his right. Comes up nicely for him. And he throws out Lagares one away.
Well, we'll take a look at the Coors Light Philadelphia Philly defense, and Rivera, they say, is really having a hard time in center field. Hasn't got much of an arm. The infield now is not what it used to be. Howard was never really a guy that covered a lot of ground. They say Rollins is still playing just terrific shortstop, but Utley with the knee problems, he's lost some range. So this is a challenge club defensively.
And you'd have to think, as you move through the heat of the summer, that it would be more of a challenge. You know, it's only May. The weather's been cool. And as an older club, that's going to work in your favor, I would think. Here's Murphy.
Well, two things working against them. I don't think they're a very deep ball club, Gary. And then secondly, they don't have the benefit of playing in the American League, having a DH where you can rest some of your older players.
They made what I thought was a good move with their middle infield today, as Murphy pops one foul. They sent Freddie Galvis, who has really been struggling, down to the minors, and brought up Reed Brignac, who's a left-hand hitter. He can play second and short, give Utley and Rollins a day off.
He's got the Tampa Bay Ray Joe Madden pedigree, so you know he knows what he's doing out there.
Brignac played a little bit for the Yankees last year, just arrived here today. 1-1 to Murphy, and he fouls it away.
You're talking about Galvis struggling, Gary. That's an understatement. I mean, 2 for 42 is as struggling as you can get. That is way down there in the voyage to the bottom of the sea.
Diver Dan. Baron Barracuda.
He's gone down. You didn't have to point that out.
Oh, that's devastating.
Well, the Phillies, 5-time champions of the National League East between 07 and 11. But they have fallen off the last 2 years. Cost Charlie Manuel his job last year. Now Ryan Sandberg in his first full season as Phillies manager. 2-2. Just missed full count. It only seems as though most of the Philly players were playing when Ryan Sandberg was. David Wright waiting on deck. Full count to Murphy, who's hit .360 over his last 12 games. And he pulls one through the hole for a base hit. So Murphy, a one-out base runner.
What I like about that at bat, he took a lot of tough pitches, fouled out off a lot of tough pitches, and then got the one he could handle.
Right down the pipe. And the key to getting on Hernandez, he likes to nibble at the knees. He's a sinker ball pitcher, and Murph didn't go fishing and swing at the bad one down below the knees, and then made Hernandez lift up his strike zone and got a fat one.
So here's David Wright. David's riding a 6-game hitting streak, but you see that number 1 in the home run column. It's been there since opening day. 132 at bats for David without a home run, the longest such streak of his career. And he takes a slider off the plate for ball 1. And it's a murky night tonight, so you have to figure there's another night at Citi Field that the ball is not going to be carrying. Just 8 extra base hits for David, but he's getting his hits. And he lines that one into center field for another single. Murph to second, and the Mets have 2 men aboard. So David's now hit it 7 straight games.
Slider right here. It doesn't look like it has much velocity on his slider, Ronnie. It's not overpowering at all.
So 2 men on for Curtis Granderson. Granderson, like many of the Mets, looked like he had turned things around offensively in Colorado, but that proved to be a bit of fool's gold. Granderson now 0 for his last 8, down to 175 for the year.
I thought he swung the bat okay in Miami, though, Gare. Hit the ball hard. They've been playing the shift on him, and the Phillies are not playing the shift.
See those great numbers he has against Hernandez, including 3 home runs. And he takes a fastball strike.
And no shift on for Granderson, where the Marlins just had shortstop over the other side of second base.
By the way, I love the way they cut the grass for this series.
Like, yes.
The starburst, sunburst with the Mets logo in center field.
Looks like the sun shining.
Awesome. It's about the only sun we've seen here this year.
It was. Was it pouring out where you were at this morning? It was pouring.
Just drizzling.
It was pouring out in the Hampies.
You have to be a native to call them the Hampies. Hernandez ahead 0-2. And Granderson takes the sinker out of the strike zone 1-2. I've never heard the Hamptons referred to
That's
that
what my daughters call it. They go when they want to come visit. Dad, can I come out to the Hampies? Of course it works.
Tell them to bring you a seersucker suit when they come.
1-2. And it's inside. 2-2 to Granderson with Chris Young on deck. And the Mets making Hernandez work hard here in the first inning. Got Lagares on a ground ball, couple of hits. Mets only faced Hernandez briefly in that one game they played in Philadelphia. He faced one batter, and that was John Neese. He struck him out. And that's his only career appearance against the Mets. Spent his whole career in the American League before this year. Bounces one to Granderson. Ruiz knocks it down to keep Murphy at second. And now it's 3-2.
You know what you were saying, Keith, about Mejia, and you see this little slider in the dirt, or maybe a split finger changeup. What happens, and I think why Granderson has big numbers against Hernandez, the ball starts to come inside or down the middle and work towards the big fat part of the bat for Granderson.
3-2 and 1 out.
I think they're going to send the boys here. Nope.
Not going. Granderson pulls it down the right field line, and that's going to be into the corner for an extra base hit. Murphy tiptoes home with the first run of the game. Wright will be held at third. And it's a double for Curtis Granderson to drive in the game's first run. 1-0 New York. Granderson continues his ownership of Roberto Hernandez.
Again, another 3-2 count. Let's see what happens here. Slider, not much, and Curtis all over it. And like I said, Gary, I thought Curtis swung the bat pretty good in Miami. He just hit into the shift. He's a dead pull hitter. There's no question about it.
So after 23 consecutive innings without a run, the Mets snap that streak. They've got one and looking for more with Chris Young coming up. Now they've got the shortstop Rollins back, but Utley at second is about halfway. And Young is hit by the pitch, and that loads him up. Young a little unhappy, and chat briefly with Carlos Ruiz before he goes to first base.
Not unintentional. Come on.
It wasn't unintentional, but in the American League in the beginning of his career, and we talked about his name was Fausto Carmona, right on the number 1 there. He was known in the American League as a headhunter.
Really?
Surely not trying to hit him there. Or I think he wasn't trying to hit him there.
Second batter he's hit this year. So the Mets have a run home, and Hernandez has a whole bunch of trouble now with Josh Satin coming up. Josh looking for his first hit against a right-hander this year. He's 0 for 7 against them, as we said earlier, making the start tonight because Lucas Duda is unavailable. But also Hernandez has struggled more against left-hand hitters than he has against right-hand hitters. So we'll see. Josh just 3 for 23 on the year, and he takes a sinker for a strike.
Always seems to me that the guy who's the late game insertion in the lineup always has a big day. I don't know why.
Wilmer Flores just called up today, waiting on deck.
Well, what I've seen of Hernandez so far, Ronnie, he is not overpowering. He has to be pinpoint control. He cannot get it up or get it over the plate. Or he'd be meat and potatoes.
Gets ahead on Satin 1-2. Bases loaded, 1 out with a run home here in the opening inning. And Satin takes inside, 2-2. With the Mets having scored a run in this first inning, that means they've had a lead in 28 of 34 games this year. That's amazing.
Is it?
Well, it means they've lost a lot of leads. Two and two now to Satin. Hernandez already 25 pitches deep in this first inning. He's only recorded 1 out. Oh, Satin a little late. Still 2-2.
You know that Josh is in here. He sees his batting average up there. He did such a great job last year, and he just can't get it rolling. It's a very hard, difficult job being a bench player, platoon player.
Again, the 2-2. And a full count.
You know, when you're called up from the minor leagues mid-season, Gary, and you're put in that role that Josh was last year, that he performed so superbly, you know, you're coming up playing every day. You're in a groove. When you start the season, it's starting from scratch. It's really difficult on a young, inexperienced player.
3-2 count with the bases loaded. And Satin goes down swinging for the second out. There's a big out for Roberto Hernandez.
Fastball outside corner, knee high. Just swung under it.
So it's going to be left to Wilmer Flores, just called up today to inject some offense into the Mets lineup. You hate to look at a young player as a savior, but when you put a player in this position where you call him up for offense, it's basically what you're saying. We need your bat to produce, and here's a spot immediately for Flores to produce.
Well, if he gets a base hit here, it's a big 2-out RBIs with 2 ribeye stakes in it.
He had 95 big league at bats last year, hit just 211, but his ankle was hurting most of that time, so maybe you throw that out. He was hitting 307 at Vegas and red hot when he was called up. And he hits it in the air to center field, chasing Revere back a few strides. Now he circles under it, and that retires the side. So the Mets settle for just 1 in the opening inning. They break their 23-inning scoreless streak. Murphy, Wright, and Granderson combined to bring in a run. 1-0 New York after 1. That was a smart move to bring the poncho for tonight's game. It's not raining hard, just a little bit of light drizzle right now. And the ponchos are definitely in fashion.
Well, ponchos are a fan etiquette, right? I mean, that's the way you got to go. You can't have an umbrella. It's going to block someone's view. So you go with the poncho on the lid.
Now, there are certain ballparks and football stadiums as well where you are not allowed to open an umbrella. This is not one of those ballparks.
Okay.
You are allowed to bring an umbrella.
Yeah,
but you're right. It's nicer to the people behind you.
It's New York, though. The repercussions could be awful.
Did you see the sombrero that the young lady was wearing on Cinco de Mayo in Miami?
Oh, yeah.
You wouldn't have wanted to sit behind her.
I did see that. That was weak. I'm sorry.
Dominic Brown will lead off against Henry Mejia, who's been staked to a 1-0 lead. Brown hitting just .226. This was about the time of year last year when Dominic Brown took off. Had a huge May and June. It has not happened yet. It's 1 home run, 11 RBIs for Brown. Flores right near the bag, has plenty of time, and throws out Brown one way. Tonight's Cold Hard Facts brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, and it concerns young Mr. Brown, who last year hit 27 home runs, tied for 4th in the National League.
He got them all in a bunch in the middle of the season and then faded off in the end of the year, then got hurt, and I'm wondering if he's just going to be a flash in the pan. We'll see.
What did he have, 23 at the All-Star break last year?
23 at the All-Star break, 4 in the second half.
And
so
now just 1 in the first 6 weeks this year.
How do you judge? Difficult.
Well, if you'll remember with Brown, as Carlos Ruiz steps in, it took him a lot longer to get here than they expected. He was a highly regarded prospect up through their organization, and it took him 3 or 4 years to click last year.
It might not have totally been his fault, though, because remember he was rushed a couple of times with injuries to Worth and others.
Ruiz hitting at .292, and that slider goes to the backstop.
Yes, Jason Worth did play for the Phillies a long time ago now, it seems, right?
Played with them through some great years. You see the numbers last year on Brown. There's 4 home runs the second half. Ruiz takes a nice looking curveball for a strike, 1-2.
I'll say.
That is the closest. When he throws that right, doesn't it look like David Cohn's breaking ball? I mean, it is sharp, late.
1-2. Through the hole, base hit for Ruiz. So Ruiz taking the fastball the other way behind in the count. 3rd hit against Mejia.
Well, that shows me right there. That ball was inner half fastball, one that didn't really run. Right down the middle, and they're all set up to go the other way. We're talking about the right-hand hitters against Henry. He's got that natural cutter, that big breaking ball too. He has to throw inside, learn how to throw a dart inside, a straight 4-seamer. And I just feel that the right-hand hitters after a while just kind of sit out there on him.
Ronnie Keith was talking about this the last time Henry pitched in Colorado, and I think it's a great point. The question is, if you throw a natural cutter the way Mejia does, as Ruiz runs, and the throw by d'Arnaud, the tag not in time. So Ruiz sneaks a stolen base, his 2nd of the year.
Well, d'Arnaud just continues to throw well. Quick release, great footwork, right on the money. Just on the other side, slightly on the other side of the bag. And that was the difference.
Very close play. Did the foot get in before the tag on the knee?
Boy, very close.
Inconclusive.
No move.
Oh, he came off the bag, too. If he'd have kept the tag on him, he would have been out.
So a runner in scoring position for Cody Ashe.
We'll take a look
from the other angle.
Let's see if he comes off the bag on the slide. Close. Let's see. He's off the bag. Always keep that glove on the runner.
So, Ronnie, we're talking about a pitcher who throws a natural cutter, and Carlos Torres does too. And I know, talking to Carlos, he's always said the hardest thing he's had to do is learn to throw it straight. So how difficult a task is that?
Well, one, it's easier for Carlos to be able to throw one pitch because he's only pitching an inning, maybe an inning and 2/3 at any time. It's a very, very difficult thing to do because pitchers favor one side of the ball or the other. Henry likes being on the outside part of the ball. It's a natural way for him to throw it. What I would advise, and it's contrary to what Keith's saying, is I would try to teach him a two-seamer, something that he can run down and into the right-handers that gives him a different look, and he might get some ground balls instead of having 90 pitches after 4 or 5 innings.
Now sometimes we'll see a right-hander against a left-hand hitter start a two-seamer at the hitter's hip and break it back over the plate. Can he do that against a right-hand hitter with his cutter the same way?
He can, but it's such a dangerous pitch. If you are not pinpoint accurate, Gary, where's that pitch going to be? It's going to be right over the middle of the plate. So it's we're talking about guys that have 50, 60, 90, 100 starts in the major leagues. Henry had 50 innings last year.
2-2 to Ashe, the number 8 hitter, and he takes it high. Ashe's begun to hit a little bit. There was talk 10 days ago about him going to the minor leagues, but he has picked it up enough so that there's no longer that conversation. Ruiz at second and 1 out. The pitcher Hernandez, who's never had a hit in the major leagues, is on deck. Three-two, and he walked him on the changeup. First walk given up by Mejia. Second straight inning, the Phillies have had 2 men on.
And that sets up the bunt now with a hitting pitcher that is not a good hitter.
Well, Hernandez 0 for 10 this year, 0 for 28 in his career. He does have 2 sacrifice bunts this year.
What's the count there? 3-2?
Yes.
3-2 changeup to an 8th place hitter.
Yes.
Hitting .241. Come on.
I hear you.
Can't do it. Can't do it. I mean, there's no guidelines, but that would be one. I mean, that's his 3rd best pitch, 4th best pitch. But maybe he can get back here with the Hernandez will be bunting.
And he misses the bunt. Flores had run to the bag at second as the pitch was thrown, but no pickoff try. Let me ask you this. Hernandez is going to bunt. I mean, he can't hit. So you might be inclined to think about the wheel play. Are you less inclined to do that with Flores playing short?
I would be less inclined to do it. I would try to keep it as simple as I can for Flores for the first, for the first while anyways up here in the big leagues.
I mean, it looked like somebody missed a sign on that first pitch with him going to cover second and pitch being thrown. This time he runs to the bag, but Ruiz very close.
A lot of times when they do the pickoff play, Gary, at second base, it sets up the wheel, gets the runner cognizant of getting picked off, a little fearful, and then that sets up the shortstop to be able to release towards third base. Although I think the Mets are going to play this straight up.
And they do, and Hernandez misses the bunt anyway, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, I wouldn't take any chances. Hernandez looks like he doesn't have an idea how to bunt. I'm not speaking about myself.
How hard is it to keep saying Hernandez, by the way? I'll never have to do that probably.
I kind of like the ring.
You
to
like it? Okay. Talking about yourself, you like it. Okay, I get it.
And he gets it down on the 3rd try. Satin will go to first with it. 3-4 on the sacrifice. And so Hernandez has his 3rd sack of the year, and the Phillies have runners at second and third.
Well, he's got the bat out in front this time. The first 2 times it looks like he had a little fear of the baseball and was just jabbing at it. But that time, hey, listen, sometimes you can jab at it and get lucky. I think that's what happened right there.
Yep. So with the Mets up 1-0, the Phillies have second and third and 2 out. Now Ben Revere, who had a comeback under Mejia his first time up. Mets keep right in at third against the threat of the bunt from Revere. First pitch curveball misses, ball one. Revere in his second year with the Phillies after coming over from Minnesota.
Henry's got a pretty good little curveball going today. He gets it over. It's going to be tough. He's got some late bite.
Falling behind Revere 2-0. Revere is the quintessential non-power hitter. He's now 1,424 at bats into his major league career. Never hit a home run.
Wow.
The Jason Tyner of his generation. And Mejia falls behind him 3-0. A walk would fill the bases with Rollins waiting on deck.
It's not what you want. You don't want Rollins up here.
So the early innings coming a little more difficult to Mejia. Last start in Colorado, 4 scoreless innings before he imploded in the 5th. Start before that against Miami, 1 run in 5 innings before giving it up in the 6th. Here trying to fight through trouble in the first 2 innings. And that's ball 4. Revere's on with a 4-pitch walk, and Rollins comes up with the bases full. Second walk of the inning issued by Mejia, and that'll get Dan Worthen out to the mound for a conversation.
Rollins over his career. Remember when Jose Reyes was here, it was like it brought the best out in Jimmy Rollins when they played. Rollins has always been a big thorn in the side of the Mets over his long career.
You also have to remember that this is the second time through. Keith, you've talked about it. Gary, I have. The cut on the baseball of Mejia is outstanding. But you know what a veteran like Jimmy Rollins is going to do? He's going to look for something middle of the plate in, early in the count.
Well, he got jammed so badly his first time up, it turned his bat into splinters as he grounded out to second base. Ruiz at third, Ashe at second, Revere at first with 2 down. 1-0 New York in the second.
As I've always preached, when a pitcher's walked 2 batters in an inning and he got the bases loaded, don't let him get ahead with a fastball first pitch. You're up there aggressive.
Rollins takes a strike. Jimmy hit a grand slam on opening day this year for the Phillies. Swings through that fastball, and it's 0-2.
Upstairs.
Ball running away from Rollins. A little different look from Henry.
Now he's ahead 0-2. Rollins lays off the slider. Ball and 2 strikes. For that pitch, Ruiz was faking down the line from third, trying to distract Mejia into a balk.
Henry is still learning the intricacies of fielding his position, bunting and hitting, holding runners on, all those things, and certainly Ruiz knows that.
1-2 to Rollins with the bases full. Too high. 2-2.
Boy, you don't want to run it 3-2.
You're right, Keith. This is for a pitcher. This is the pitch you have to make. You have to make it here.
Two from Mejia to Rollins. Struck him out. Big strikeout for Mejia. He goes upstairs to fan Rollins and work himself out of a bases loaded jam. 1-0 New York. Had to get out of a bases loaded jam and did so by striking out Jimmy Rollins. Now that's a classy way to come to the game, huh?
Plastic wine glass.
Oh, you can't drink wine out of plastic.
Can't?
No.
Well,
no.
What's better than the
but
box?
you don't want to bring the good crystal to the ballpark.
Depends what kind of wine you're drinking too. I mean, if it's Champemple, and you can drink out of plastic.
Travis d'Arnaud bangs one to the left side. Ashe lets it go for Rollins, who makes the long throw, not in time. Looked like Ashe was going to cut across and play it, but he let it go. And d'Arnaud able to beat it out for an infield hit.
Oh, that's a break for d'Arnaud right there, who has been hitting a little bit of tough luck and struggling a bit. It's got to be a 6-3 or a 5-3 on your scorecard right there. I think Rollins just kind of assumed that the third baseman was going to cut across.
Keith, isn't there a rule there that the third baseman gets whatever he can get? And if he can't get there, then the shortstop will back him up.
Yep.
I guess the only thing you don't want is to deflect the ball as the third baseman.
The problem is,
too far.
Even if he reaches too far, it was a hit anyway. Right. So the only way it was going to be an out if Ashe made the play.
Mejia up there to bunt. No hits and no sacrifices this year for Mejia. Stabs at it, gets it down. Ruiz thinks about second, but goes to first. So there's the first sacrifice of the year for Mejia. 2-4, moving d'Arnaud to second. He's happy with himself. So the pitchers stay steady at 0 for 58.
That's like the scene when Henry Hill, as a young man, just gets out of prison. You know, that's the hey.
Some serious locks.
So here's Lagares with a runner in scoring position and one out. Juan grounded out to Utley his first time up. That's got a run in the first on 3 hits and a hit by pitch. Left 3 aboard. Late swing foul. The Mets coming into this game had a Citi Field batting average of 192, which is the lowest mark for any team through 16 home games since the 1968 Yankees, which is not a good team. So as much as the Mets have struggled this year, they've struggled more with the bats at home, but that's been the case for a couple of years now. Lagares golfs one into shallow right. Marlon Byrd has it lined up, and that's the second out. d'Arnaud back to second. Well, you see the balance. The road numbers were better before those last 3 days in Miami.
Well, 2-6 road trip will put a crimp in that record.
They're also 8-5 in their last 13 games at home. Right. So,
well, they got swept that opening series by Washington, and certainly played better that last homestand. They went 6-4.
Interesting. What do you think Terry Collins is talking to Lagares there? Although it was words, I think, of encouragement.
So 2 out and a runner at second for Daniel Murphy, who singled and scored in the first. Takes the sinker at his feet for ball 1.
Well, this guy should be meat for Murph right into have difficult time getting him out.
If you're Murphy, you can almost eliminate the inside part of the plate, right, Keith?
And you notice that Hernandez, the first at bats, tried to throw Murphy inside. He has difficulty throwing inside, so you can just lay in wait for the sinker. And you got David Wright behind you to give you coverage. So this is just like at the dinner table with the fork and knife and the napkin under your shirt collar so you don't get it on your shirt. Very nice.
Silverware, right? No plastic.
Yes. See, he's trying to throw inside. He can't get there. He knows he has to pitch Murph inside.
Well, Daniel last year 188 hits, which was second in the National League. Only 2 of the Mets second basemen have 2 years with 150 plus hits. And there's ball 4. So Murphy draws a 4-pitch walk. And Hernandez will contend with Wright with 2 men on.
Then we just saw a 3-0 slider to Daniel Murphy with David Wright coming up. Interesting choice of pitches by both sides tonight.
David lined a base hit into center field his first time up.
On a slider. So two pitches that Wright faced his first at bat was a slider for ball one, and then a pretty good slider knee-high outside corner that David hit a soft line drive up the middle.
Utley is hanging out right near second base so that Darno can't get much of a lead. Give the Philly outfielders a chance on a base hit to the outfield. David takes it low for ball one. And Ruiz is going to run that ball back out to Hernandez, who's starting to look a little frustrated.
Well, the outfield doesn't throw very well, except for Marlon Byrd. We watched him last year. He was outstanding. With Dominic Brown in left, does not have a good arm. Takes him forever to get rid of it. And Ben Revere has not a very good arm either.
Two out and two on. Mets got a first inning run. Now looking at cash in the second, and Hernandez is throwing 6 in a row out of the strike zone. A 4-pitch walk to Murphy. Now 2-0 to Wright, with Granderson, who's been Hernandez's nemesis, waiting on deck. Curtis drove in the only run of this game. And Wright takes a 2-0 pitch low and away. 3-0.
Would you give Wright a hit sign here, Ronnie?
Maybe not, because of the numbers that Granderson has against Hernandez.
And I wouldn't either, to be honest with you. I'd put the take on.
David very rarely swings 3-0, right? If he has.
Almost never.
I mean, second time through the order. Sorry, Gary. David's seen everything he's got. So he's seen his fastball, his changeup, his slider. It's lock and load. You're ready.
Philly pitching staff gave up 8 home runs the last 2 days in Toronto. And there's ball 4, and the bases are loaded for Granderson. That's the last thing in the world Roberto Hernandez wanted to do. Back-to-back walks to get Granderson to the plate. The one guy in the lineup who has crushed him. Curtis doubled down the right field line to drive in the game's only run. He's now 18 for 42 against Hernandez as Bob McClure, the new Philadelphia pitching coach, goes to the mound.
Big Bobby. Grew up with Bob. Played an 8-year-old in the minor leagues and little league. He was a year older than me. I was 8, he was 9. He was the ace on the staff. I was the number 2 pitcher. Then a little league the rest of the way from my 9 to 12 we played against each other. Then went to high school together for a year until I moved. So I've known Bob since we used to go play in the creek together.
So back when you were 8, he hadn't dropped his arm angle yet.
He had a great move in Babe Ruth.
Really? So now a chance for Granderson to do some damage. Bases loaded, 2 down. And he takes a slider for a strike.
Well, it's cutter that he turns on, gets the Mets on the board, also breaks that 23-game scoreless streak.
Lays off the sinker, and it's 1-1. Granderson hitting .429 in his career against Hernandez. And you see there what he's done with the bases loaded. 5 grand slams in his career. Chris Young would be next. Mets left the bases loaded in the first inning. Trying to avoid doing the same here, but that time Hernandez teased him with a sinker out of the strike zone.
Well, it's 2-1, but he swings. He just runs. He chases after that little run. Sinking fastball.
That honestly is the best pitch he's thrown all night.
Now Curtis finds himself on a 1-2 hole. Lays off that one, 2-2. Boy, these two pitchers have been mirror images of each other, haven't they, in these first 2 innings?
Wild, pitching behind hitters, but they both have been able to somehow come up with a big pitch when they need it. High pitch counts.
They've thrown 87 pitches between them in the first 2 innings.
Yeah, Mejia's got much better stuff. It's to put your defenders on your heels, playing behind a guy who's struggling like this.
2-2 to Granderson. And the changeup up and away, full count. So that'll put the merry-go-round in motion. Darno at third, Murphy at second, Wright at first will all be running.
He hit a cutter for a double. He can't throw his changeup over. The best pitch he's thrown to Granderson is that sinker away.
Yep.
It's got to be the pitch.
Dubs one foul.
Sometimes when you're wild as a pitcher, you end up trying, when you're pitching very carefully, because I've done it 100 times, you end up putting yourself in such a quandary. You only have one pitch left. They know it, and you know it.
They get set to go. 3-2. Fouled again. Time that sinker was up. Eighth pitch of the at-bat coming from Hernandez to Granderson. And Curtis hits it in the air to right field. Playable for Marlon Byrd. And for the second straight inning, the Mets strand 3. Hernandez with a great escape. Still only 1-0 Mets after 2. Third inning at Damp City Field. The Mets with a 1-0 lead. Kevin Burkhardt away for the weekend. Steve Gelbs is on call, and Steve is standing by. Steve?
Gary, tonight is the 12th annual Night to Believe benefiting Project ALS. I'm here with Valerie Estes, the Director of Research for the organization. And Valerie, what is, for those who don't know, the Night to Believe?
A Night to Believe is a night of awareness and fundraising thanks to the New York Mets on behalf of research to benefit ALS, otherwise known as Lou Gehrig's disease, which is a really bad brain disease related to Parkinson's and Alzheimer's.
Well, you mentioned that it's known more mainstreamly as Lou Gehrig's disease, and this summer is a big summer, the 75th anniversary of Lou Gehrig's famous speech.
Yeah.
The Mets have been really out in front when you consider what a big summer it is for ALS. They've been really out in front of this thing.
I mean, I think that's a really good point. I think that everybody knows that Lou Gehrig farewell speech, and it's now been 75 years since he made that speech at Yankee Stadium, and I would just like to say, you know, the Mets have really led the way and gotten behind ALS research and Project ALS like no other team in MLB, and we're grateful for their efforts. And I think we're getting closer to some medicine.
And that's great news, obviously. That's what it's all about. How can people get involved if they want to donate, help out?
I think they should come to projectals.org and be in touch with us, because we do a lot of fun stuff with the Mets and a lot of other fun fundraising.
Valerie Estes, thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Let's
Gary,
go Mets.
Let's go Mets. There you go. Valerie Estes of Project ALS. Again, the way to donate, projectals.org. Gary.
Thanks, Steve, and thanks, Valerie. Great cause. 2-1 to Chase Utley, who had an infield hit his first time up. Well, the Mets have stranded 6 in the first 2 innings. The Phillies have stranded 5 in the first 2 innings. So it has been a slog for both starters, despite the fact it's a 1-0 game. Ryan Howard on deck there. Marlon Byrd for the Phillies in the third. And Utley watches the fastball strike. 2-2. Utley fully healthy this year for the first time in I don't know how long, and it tells in the results. He looks like the Chase Utley of 5 years ago. Maybe not as much range at second base, but other than that, pretty much the same guy. Smacks that one into right field for a base hit. That'll go all the way back to the wall. Utley the second, and he'll pull in there with a leadoff double. 13th double of the year for Chase Utley. And he's 2 for 2. Well, trouble begins again for Mejia.
He got off red hot in April. Healthy so far. And when Chase is healthy, he usually gets base hits.
What's interesting about that, Granderson was playing in right center. When you throw a breaking ball, it's more apt to be pulled. So against the defense there, although it wouldn't have probably mattered with that line drive.
So the tying run at second with nobody out. Ryan Howard the batter, and the Mets will play him more straight up this time, although they're moving Flores now behind second base. Howard took one the other way against the shift and had a base hit his first time up. See the numbers for Howard against the Mets. 38 home runs. Not quite at Stargell and Chipper territory yet, but he's getting closer. One to Howard.
It's the third hitter I've seen so far take a swing and look at their hand like it slipped off the bat. So this kind of mist that's been out there all evening has caused them to have some problems holding on to the bat.
Looks like it's a little drier now than it was half an hour ago. Still, it's a very humid evening. Watch it, the changeup outside. 2-1.
It's interesting that Howard replaced Jim Thome, one of the great home run hitters of all time, but they both wait for the pitcher to get ready the same way, with that bat kind of perched, pointing towards the outfield, like that's where I want this pitch to go.
Almost like a called shot.
Yeah.
Howard hits one out to left. Back goes Young onto the warning track right near the wall to make the catch. That ball carried well, and it allowed Utley to tag at second and move over to third. Good base running by Utley as Howard flies deep to left for the first out.
Well, how many times have we played in the Mets played in Philadelphia, and this ball's out of here in Philly, but at this ballpark it's only 358 back there, so that's not like it was a tremendous prodigious shot, and that's a small gap. And Utley does a tremendous job, always the great base runner. Perfect read. You saw Young in the background there. Long before he caught it, he realized it wasn't going out. He tags up. He's such a good base runner.
It's also good scouting. Knows the outfield arms.
That's right.
So the tying run at third with one out. Mets will play the infield back. Marlon Byrd struck out looking his first time up. Mejia, who could use a strikeout. This is up and in for ball one. Now Mejia in a tough spot in the second inning. Bases loaded. Struck out Rollins to get through the inning. Now he can use a strikeout of Byrd to pin Utley at third with Dominic Brown on deck. And Marlin takes up and in. 2-0.
Marlin's only walked 6 times this year, but 2 of them have been intentional.
Yeah, so, walking's not a big part of his game.
No, but the intentional walks is because Dominic Brown behind him hasn't been hitting. And
Marlin resurrected his career as a Met last year. He had been released twice, suspended the previous year. Mets took a flyer on him on a minor league deal, and right from the start of spring training last year, he produced. And producing again as a Philly. And now Mejia behind him, 3-1.
When people ask me about certain players after the end of the season, I always tell them if a guy has a year like Marlin, boy, he was fun to watch.
I mean, it was completely unexpected from where he had been the year before with the Cubs and the Red Sox. 3-1, too high, and there's a walk for Bird, and that puts runners at the corners. Third walk given up by Mejia. Well, we've talked a lot about Mejia and his difficulty third time around the batting order. Well, the way things are going, third time around the batting order, maybe the fourth inning today, even though he hasn't allowed a run. Base runners galore against Mejia, and it's certainly going to put pressure on the bullpen as this game goes along.
You're absolutely right, Gary. That's the issue here. It's not that Henry does not have the stuff in spurts and dashes to dominate hitters, but to put yourself in your pitch count in this kind of way, well, maybe a ground ball double play changes the whole inning.
We could use that right now with Dominic Brown at the plate. First and third, one out. Brown grounded to short his first time up, and takes a pitch at the knees for a strike. Well, we talked about times through the batting order, and it's stark right there. After the second time through the order, he's gotten lit up. And it's one of the reasons why there's at least consideration being given now to moving Mejia to the bullpen, not only for his own sake, but for the team's sake, in terms of strengthening the pen. Taken the other way, that's going to fall into left field for a base hit, and that'll tie up the ball game. Utley comes in to score on an opposite field single by Dominic Brown, and the game is tied at 1. 12th run batted in for Brown to get the game even.
Well, Henry's up today. This ball right down the pipe, little inside out. Watch Utley in your left if he stays in the screen here. Look at how he runs the bases. He's just such a good base runner. He knows how to play the game. There's a little inside out on a pitch that left out over the middle. But most importantly for Henry, he's got to start getting that ball down or he's going to get hurt.
The problem is once he walked Bird and Dominic Brown came to the plate, that conversation that you saw between Terry Collins and Dan Worthen is like, okay, what are we going to do? What if he doesn't get through this inning? What if he gets to this hitter? Who are we going to have up, or are we thinking of getting someone up? You shouldn't want that from your starting pitcher unless he's having one of those bad days. But a bad day we're watching can be a 1-1 game sometimes with the pitch count.
So now 2 aboard with 1 out for Ruiz, who stuck one through the right side hole his first time up. And he takes it low and away for ball 1.
Well, the way both pitchers have been pitching, they are one clutch hit away from really getting having a bad number up there.
Well, clearly that's way too many pitches from Mejia with 1 out in the third. And a knee-high fastball gets even on Ruiz, 1-1. Cody Ashe, the number 8 hitter, on deck. Bird at second, Brown at first with 1 out. A run home for the Phillies here in the third. Two coming to Ruiz. Popped up, shallow right. Granderson coming in. And that's the second out, and the runners hold. So 2 out. And now Ashe comes up with 2 men on. Ashe drew a walk on a 3-2 pitch his first time up. While the Mets and Phillies battle here, the front-running team in the National League East is in San Diego tonight. That's the Miami Marlins, who are at first place for the first time since April of 2011.
How about that?
They won last night, right? Stanton hit a 2-run bomb.
He hit a bullet to right center into the sandbox in San Diego.
Didn't Jerko made a out with two outs and just a simple ground ball to second base?
Jerko's having a really bad year. Curveball fouled off. He's in about $150 and made that error to set up the game-winning home run.
After having a rookie of the year kind of campaign last year.
So Miami's won 5 straight, and they're in first place. Half game up on the Nats, a game up on the Braves, 3 over the Mets, and 4 over the Phillies. Oh, and 1 to Ashe, and the fastball misses away. 1-1.
It's interesting when you're having a game where your pitch count is up, you're walking a lot of hitters. That's a pretty good pitch, but those borderline pitches you're not going to get from the umpire in this kind of ball game.
Gabe Morales is the young home plate umpire tonight. Marlins with that first place nod have their big guy going tonight in San Diego. Jose Fernandez against that lineup.
Wow.
Could be painful. Here's the 1-1. Slow ground ball down to center, right at the bag, and he makes the play to end the inning. So the Phillies get even. They've now stranded 7 in the first 3 innings. Mets will come to bat in a 1-1 game. Take on the Phillies at 7:10. The first 20,000 fans will receive a 1969 commemorative Nolan Ryan bobblehead courtesy of Delta Airlines. For tickets, visit Mets.com/tickets. And we have Nolan with us here in the booth. Hello, Nolan. You know, in the pictures we had in the promos, it didn't look so much like him, but in person, it kind of favors a young Nolan Ryan.
Well, I saw the box, and the box, the picture of a young Nolan, and this looks very good, really close.
Got the number 30 on the back, just as he should.
I think it looks like him. He's got the ears.
That's right.
Don't tell him I said that.
No, come here and pinch your head off. What are you talking about?
Of course, Nolan Ryan spent the first 5 years of his career as a Met, including helping them to a World Series championship in '69. Chris Young leads off the home third and takes a strike from Roberto Hernandez, 1-1. Young was hit in the middle of the back by a pitch his first time.
Keith, guy hitch in the middle of the back first time up. What are you thinking next time?
I'm going to get a base hit.
Yeah,
I'm going to get him back, even if it's not intentional. You want to put a hurt on him. Definitely want to drive in a run.
Well, the only way he can do that is hitting the ball over the fence. Check swing on the slider. 2-2. Well, I think it's safe to assume we're going to see a lot of both bullpens tonight. And both bullpens have been very challenged early in the year. Phillies and the Mets both. Another full count for Hernandez. It's already his 7th 3-ball count to his 14th batter. 3-2. In the air to shallow left. Brown coming in, gets there. 1 out.
You know, Gary and Keith, you know what I love doing is looking at the scoreboard and trying to figure out who's pitched for who. I don't think I've ever seen this on the scoreboard. Look at the Boston-Texas game. Have you ever seen that before?
Oh my goodness, 57-58?
No, go left.
1 versus 1?
11 versus
11 versus 11.
That would be Clay Buchholz against
Yu
Darvish.
Darvish, right?
I mean, you never see that.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong side.
That's exactly right. That's a good call, Ronnie. I mean, first of all, 11 is just, it's not a pitcher's number.
Thanks. That's very good.
But 12 is.
Well, yeah, more so than 11. And certainly 12 is more so than, remember when Josh Towers wore number 7?
That's right. Doesn't look right.
Not right.
Yeah,
Single number for a pitcher. Maybe in Little League. Satin struck out his first time up.
Oh, boy, that was not a strike.
Josh came up with the bases loaded and 1 out. And went down on a 3-2 pitch.
I'd have to say, hey, get that up a bit. Come on, Gabe.
Come on. Welcome back to the game.
Low ball umpire, what I've seen from Gabe Morales. He gives the pitcher that borderline knees. So as a hitter, you put that in the back of your brain, and I'm sure Ronnie was pitching. He would always realize he would get the low strike off this guy.
One of the multitude of rookie umpires in baseball this year. We've talked about it before because of the new replay rules and the need for a couple extra crews to man the command center downtown. It's been a whole passel of new umpires added to the major leagues this year. And Morales one of those. 2-2 to Satin. Chop for Rollins, has plenty of time. 2 out. So Hernandez, who has had such a slog through the first 2 innings, now has a chance for his first 1-2-3 inning of the night. And he'll take on Wilmer Flores, who flied out to leave the bases loaded in the first inning. Flores was hitting .307 at Vegas before he was called up, but he takes a slider for a strike.
Don't you think if you're Wilmer Flores, you're thinking to yourself, you know what, this is my chance. You know, I've gotten a couple of chances before. A little late last year, you know, only 1 game this year. But really, this is, you recognize, hopefully you do, there's his numbers in Vegas. You recognize, this is my chance. If I hit and make the nominal play, this is my chance to stick in the big leagues.
I guess the question is, have we seen enough of Wilmer, spring training, last year when he came up, to have an idea of what he can be offensively at this level?
Not yet. Not enough. The one thing we do know is that he hit .321 2 years ago in AAA, and he's hitting .307 this year. So he's a AAA 300 hitter, and you got to get him up here and get him a look. See what he can do.
Travis d'Arnaud would be next. Well, it seems like Flores has been around forever, but he's only 22.
Well, that's his upside right there, is his youth. And if he can have success like he did in AAA here offensively on the big league level at his age, there's a lot of years in front of him.
So that graphic, only 2 younger starting shortstops in the majors this year, Xander Bogaerts and Chris Owings. Hit hard, that's a base hit. First big league hit of the year for Wilmer Flores. It's a 2-out single.
Take some of the pressure off, doesn't it?
When he got hurt last year, I don't know if you remember, Met fans, and he went first to third on a base hit in Dodger Stadium. Nice, he stayed level on that high fastball. Very nice. He took his eye off the bag because he was a stand up to third base, no slide, and the throw came in behind him to second base, and he turned over his shoulder to look at the throw, and he took his eye off the bag, and he slipped on the bag and sprained his ankle. And that just was the end. That was the slowest healing ankle I saw in a long time. It really just didn't get well for him.
Took away his lower half at the plate. He was just all upper body at that point.
It's like a basketball injury when you step on someone's sneaker, right?
Right.
Well, good balance here. Stays nice and level on the follow through and a belt high fastball.
Travis d'Arnaud had an infield hit his first time up. And Hernandez gets ahead of him 0-2. So with Flores joining the lineup, it drops d'Arnaud to 8th in the batting order, which is something he's not had to contend with. It's always a little tougher hitting 8th with that pitcher behind you. I wonder, though, Travis has been such a early in the count swinger this year. Maybe it just forced him to be a little more patient hitting 8th.
Well, what they're going to start to do against d'Arnaud is going to see a lot of breaking balls first pitch. Just flip it over there because he wants to see that fastball early.
Grounds one toward the hole. That's a base hit. Flores pulls it at second, so d'Arnaud is 2 for 2. And that'll get Mejia to the plate in a situation where the first hit by a Met pitcher this year could produce a run.
Little sinker, and it was right down the pipe and down.
Honestly, not a bad pitch, right?
It had too much plate.
Yeah, too much.
I mean, Hernandez, with what he's throwing up there, he can't be trolling over the middle of that plate.
71 pitches now, working in the third inning. Retired the first 2 in this inning, but hits to the 7 and 8 hitters, and now Mejia will try and get the Met pitching staff off the schneid. 0 for 58 to start the year, and that streak has really taken on a life of its own. I mean, it's got everybody in baseball talking. Mets have not only broken the record, they've obliterated the record for most hitless at bats by a pitching staff to start of the year. Mejia does have 1 RBI in his career.
His numbers coming in tonight: 61 and 83 on his career. That has made him now much traveled.
Mejia lofts one out to left. Brown is there, though, and that retires the side. Close, no cigar. Mets have left 8 in the first 3 innings. We're tied at 1.
You guys saw it in absolute fantastic shape to the point where we thought his first step quickness had improved. We always knew he had the arm. He's always had good hands. So we looked at our shortstop situation and said, you know, what do we have to lose? If this guy hits, and we do the right job of making sure he's, with all our charts and all the other facts we have, put him in the right spot. You know, if he catches the ball and throws you out of first base, his bat will play.
Well, that's Terry Collins talking about Wilmer Flores, and the reason that after 2 years of not playing shortstop at all, the Mets decided to give Flores a shot to play short this year. Obviously, the performance of Met shortstops, and particularly Ruben Tejada, had something to do with that decision. And so Flores is getting an opportunity. Just got his first hit of the year, and he'll be out there for a while the Mets assess whether he can be a long-term solution.
324 was a batting champion year.
And that was Jose Reyes. Before the Mets opted not to re-sign him, and they've been looking for a shortstop ever since. Here's Roberto Hernandez, who sacrificed his first time up. Hernandez 0 for 28 in his major league career. Played exclusively in the American League before this year, mostly with Cleveland, last year with Tampa Bay. Let's check in with Steve Gelb. Steve?
Well, you just heard from Terry Collins, and we also heard from Wilmer Flores prior to the game today. And one thing that really struck me was his level of confidence in his own ability to play the position of shortstop. Sometimes you talk to guys and you hear them say the right things, but you just get the sense that they're not that confident in themselves. Wilmer Flores is. This is his natural position from when he was playing back in Venezuela. And someone asked him the question, saying, do you feel like you need to prove to people in the organization and people that are the fans of this team that you can play shortstop? A lot of people don't think you can do it. And Wilmer Flores just looked this guy dead in the eye and said, I'm playing, aren't I?
Well, I think sometimes people tend to forget.
Mejia uses his bare hand, never recommended.
I was just going to say, well, we got to see that again, right? Bare hand by the pitcher. Does it catch it on the fingers or the fatty part of the hand? Looks like it caught it in the muscle.
He almost closed his hands too quick, where he could have got on his nail or something, you know.
Yeah.
Off the heel of his hand, it looked like.
A smile. No, I was just thinking that, you know, I mean, being a shortstop from Venezuela is like wanting to be a quarterback in Texas.
Right.
I mean, it's that coveted position.
Davey Concepcion and Omar Vizquel. And
yep. Number 13, Davey Concepcion.
There have been a lot of Venezuelans who've worn the number 13 in honor of Concepcion. Here's Ben Revere taking a strike, and it wouldn't surprise me if Wilmer Flores in his head is thinking 4. That's 1 plus 3.
There you go. Numerology.
Revere is at a comebacker and walked 0 for 1. Swings over the curveball, 0-2. By the way, if you look at the career minor league games, the first 4 or 5 years after he was signed, Flores played exclusively shortstop. That was his position. But the Mets, in their minds, in the organization, always thought that he'd be moved off the position. They felt he was going to be too big, and it wasn't going to work. But then last winter, he went to that conditioning program up in Michigan, and there's no question he lost a lot of body fat. And they feel as though he became a little quicker, as Terry noted in that soundbite we played.
You know, remember, most of the Latin players in the winter, they go play baseball. They don't do the same training that some of the American players did. So that was a chance for him to not play and to train, probably the first time. And that was important. They thought he was going to have a body like a Miguel Cabrera at some point. That kind of a big third base, first base kind of player.
1-2 to Revere. And if you remember, when Cabrera first came up as a 19-year-old, he played some shortstop for the Marlins, much as Kevin Mitchell played some shortstop for the Mets.
Mitch.
And then later became an MVP, a home run champ.
Mitch did whatever he wanted to do.
slap foul.
And I mean that in the nicest way. One of my favorite teammates of all time, and letting him go was a mistake. When he went to San Francisco, every time he'd come in, we'd have a meeting on how to get him out. No one had an answer.
When you played with Mitch, did you have any idea he'd be an MVP candidate?
No, but you knew he was going to be a really good player because he was a fantastic athlete and as strong as anyone.
Revere gets it in the air, shallow right. Murphy with the angle. And gets there for the second out.
He was the primary reason in '86, Gary, when we were early in that year, he wore out John Tudor. And he stood right on top of the plate. And we had predominantly that left-hand hitting lineup. And Mitch was Davey put him in the middle of the order. He's a young kid. And he got some big hits off Tudor.
He could play the outfield, shortstop.
Well, I mean, he played a decent short. We always put him out there when Sid pitched because of the fly ball pitcher, right?
Here's Jimmy Rollins is 0 for 2. And later, Howard Johnson would play shortstop on day Sid pitch because he never got ground balls.
So think about it this way: how many utility players end up being an MVP? Just doesn't happen.
Well, I guess the question is, had he come up with a different team, would he have been a utility guy or would he have been a starter from day one?
That's a fair point.
Rollins is grounded out and struck out. Takes low and away 2-1. He looking for his first 1-2-3 inning of the night. And he got Rollins to go around on the curveball, and it's 2-2.
Yep, he did.
He is starting his third time around the batting order. This is where the problems have begun for him. His last start, he had a 6-0 lead. Third time came around against the Rockies, and an 8-run inning ensued. They're your city probables for the remainder of the series. Dylan G, who has been brilliant, goes against Kyle Kendrick tomorrow. John Neese, who's been even better, goes Sunday against Cole Hamels, who has really struggled his last couple of outings against the Mets and Toronto. Off the plate is 3-2 to Rollins. So here's Mejia, 80 pitches deep in the fourth inning, despite giving up only 1 run. Chase Utley would be next if Rollins can keep the inning going. 3-2 for Mejia. Bounce foul.
Henry's close to pulling an Oscar Gamble here for us.
It's a different era. Oscar Gamble had the biggest afro back in the day. It was a hat and a whole lot of hair on every side.
Yep. He had it over in Cleveland. Jose Cardinal had the big fro too.
And there were a few of them back in the day. Remember, I mean, it's different without caps, but in the ABA, Darnell Hillman.
That's right.
Cliff Johnson had the big fro.
9th pitch of the at bat, and Rollins fouls off another one.
I went to the bat dinner 2 years ago, and I hadn't seen Cliff Johnson in ages, and I didn't recognize him because he was completely shaved bald, and he got mad at me. Thought I was giving him the hi hat.
Oh,
all I remember him was the big fro. I didn't recognize.
Oh, the hi hat! I haven't heard that forever.
Glad Cliff had brought himself up to date.
Your buddy reached him.
Now Rollins is making Mejia work that much harder. Building up his pitch count here in the fourth. 10 pitches deep in this at bat and still going.
Cliff Johnson's not a guy you high hat.
I played 2 years in AAA against Cliff.
drafted with the Denver Bears, and 2 years there, I believe, I played against him.
Remember what he did to Goose Gossage.
That's right.
3-2. Struck him out. Mejia wins the battle on the 11th pitch. His third strikeout, second time he's gotten Rollins. A 1-2-3 inning on a hard-working night for Mejia. That sends us to the bottom of the fourth, with the Mets and Phils tied 1-1. Radio City Music Hall, where things are a little calmer on day 2 of the NFL draft.
They are. They have more rounds, don't they?
But it's not the first round.
It's not the big. It's not the big picks.
It's
right?
not the sit and watch Johnny Manziel sweat night.
That was hard to watch. I mean, not only for Johnny football.
I didn't think he was going to go early.
Lagares with a tapper. Hernandez with the bare hand and throws him out.
It was hard to watch because I think he had his girlfriend there and his mom and dad, and I always say that it takes a village for anyone to play professional ball. As Hernandez comes off the hustle, of course, of Lagares, and they're so invested in what happens in your fate and 22nd.
Well, they're also invested in the number of dollars associated with the top pick versus the 22nd.
Don't you know trickle-down economics? Didn't you study that at Columbia?
What are you saying, Gare?
I'm saying there's a lot more money at the top. Murphy grounds one right at Utley. And that's the second out. So Hernandez gets 2 outs on 3 pitches to start the 4th.
This is how Ronnie messed up his thumb against St. Louis in '85. Was it '85 or '88? '87. So every time I see that, my view was from first base. I'll never forget it.
Well, you were diving for Vince Coleman's bunt, right?
Yeah, it was very selfish reasons. I had a no-no at the time, so I was trying to get Vince out at first. But that play right there is very common. You go there and you try to pick it up with all your fingers and then adjust to the grip.
Well, you're not supposed to fold your pinky inside the baseball.
No, keep your hands as wide open as you can.
Here's David Wright with 2 out. David singled and walked tonight. Well, the LOB parade seems to have calmed. Waterman of Elias passed along the fact that the major league record for left on base in a 9-inning game for both teams is 30. We got to 15 in this game through 3 innings. Mets having left 8 and the Phillies 7.
Combined 30 is the record
for a 9-inning game.
Wow.
But usually if you have that many left on base. There are a lot of runs on the board, not 2.
I'm going to have to get Bob a couple tickets to like Spider-Man or something. He's going to have to get away from
Well, you're going to have to do it in the offseason. He's not going to miss a ball game.
Curtis Granderson on deck.
He's the best, though, by the way. We're just making fun.
Well, he knows everything.
He does. He's unbelievable.
Maybe we can get him on our side. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss, and Hernandez strikes out right. First 1-2-3 inning of the night for Roberto Hernandez, his second strikeout. Yeah, they're still on the clock at Radio City for another, what, 3 more weeks?
Hey, this old boot's on the clock.
Been a very unusual ball game. It's a 1-1 game, but it sure doesn't feel like it. Both these pitchers have really struggled, but each turned in a 1-2-3 fourth. Now the question is, how much farther can they go? He is already at 85 pitches. Roberto Hernandez at 82 through 4 innings. Mejia will face the heart of the Phillies batting order, Utley, Howard, and Bird in the 5th. Utley's already 2 for 2, an infield single, and then he drove a double to right and scored the only Phillies run.
Both teams have left 7 men on base. There's been plenty of opportunities to have around 10 runs on the board combined, but both sides haven't got the big hit.
Utley with his 2 for 2 tonight, up to 336 for the year. And that one hit him. And Utley's aboard to start the 5th. Second batter Mejia's hit this year, leadoff base runner for the Phillies, and we check in with Steve Gelb. Steve?
Well, not a good start for Henry Mejia this inning, and this is right around danger time for the Mets pitcher. At least the last couple of starts, it's been that one big middle inning that's done him in. I spoke a little bit with Travis d'Arnaud before the game today about what he needs to do as a catcher to help navigate Henry Mejia through these middle innings, get him deeper into the game. And he said that one thing he sensed in those starts against the Marlins and the Rockies was not that the stuff was any different for Henry Mejia. It's just he was throwing so many first pitch strikes that the teams got very aggressive. So what d'Arnaud said he was going to do tonight, he said the game is all about body language. He's going to watch these hitters. If he senses anything, a little bit of quicker movement with the hands, a little bit of shuffling of the feet, as you see Ryan Howard try and hack at the first pitch right there. He's going to start to move off the plate, move his catching mitt up higher, try and go high in the zone, maybe call a couple of off-speed pitches. It's something d'Arnaud is going to be very cognizant of in these middle innings here.
Well, that's all well and good, and you've got it. If it's not working, Steve, try something different. I think that's a good move to use. There's a breaking ball right there. To use more breaking ball. I mean, you take any pitcher that's ever faced the lineup in the history of the game. You go after him hard. Maybe in the middle innings you mix in some breaking balls. Make sure that you keep them off balance. Try some different kinds of approaches. But Henry's more of a pitcher that I've got great stuff. Here I come. And there's not a lot of setting up of the hitter. And I think that's why you see some of these numbers as you go along. Is that these hitters, if they see even really good, fine pitches, will figure it out after a while, after the third or fourth time.
And Ron, one of the ironic things too that Darno was saying is early in the season it was all about Mejia's control. They wanted him to throw more strikes, and he said it's almost a double-edged sword because Mejia started throwing those strikes, those early strikes. The problem was that they weren't on the corner. They were kind of right down the middle, and teams started to notice that. So he said it's something that Mejia's going to have to work on. Yes, getting ahead of these batters, but not necessarily later in the games throwing them right down Broadway.
See, that sign is slide step, and then the signal to Mejia. Try to keep Utley close.
2-2 to Howard, and he misses high with a changeup. 3-2. Well, there's also a case to be made about Mejia, and we've talked about this so much over the last 5 years, it seems, with him. He's a max effort guy, and there's got to be some diminishing returns for a max effort guy as you move past 80, 90 pitches. Here we are at 91 in the fifth inning. Utley's running. Howard pops it up. David Wright, the only man on that side of the infield, and he gets under. 1 out. So Utley was running on the 3-2 pitch. He scampers back. 1 out and 1 on for Marlon Byrd.
Well, it definitely was a different kind of pitch here at 3-2. Curveball, no. Slide step again. Slider was the call. It just wasn't a very good one. And the speed differential got Howard there, Keith.
Got him out in front because it was a lazy little breaking ball up in the strike zone, outside corner.
Now Byrd, who's walked and struck out 0 for 1. 1 out and 1 on for Marlon. Fouls off the fastball. I guess my question, Ronnie, would be, is it necessarily so for a guy who puts so much into every pitch like Mejia does that at some point he's going to hit a wall?
Well, the amazing thing is, Gary, I'm surprised he can do it now. But as you and I and Keith know, whenever you come to the ballpark, no one runs more than Henry. No one's in finer shape. So, he's a specimen. But it's just, just think about it. Running 10-yard sprints 100 times in a row. I mean, it's just hard after a while to continue that pace. This is more of throwing than pitching for Henry. He's got the stuff, though, to get by, because it's, it's unpredictable because he doesn't know how to predict it.
0-2 to Marlon. So when you talk about stamina during games, there are obviously a lot of factors involved. Pacing yourself might be one. Having the road work under you, which Henry certainly does, is another. But what else? What else gets you deep into games?
What gets you deep into games is that at some point each pitch has a purpose. You've set up hitters. So let's say this is the third at bat for Marlon Byrd, and how have you pitched him the first 2 times?
Foul tip held by Darno. Strike 3. Strikeout number 4 for Mejia. Second time he's gotten Byrd.
And on the same pitch, it's a slider that does not break. It's called a back up slider. And for a veteran hitter like Marlon Byrd, he's waiting for that thing to break to the outside corner, and it never does. It just stays in the inside corner.
Same pitch struck him out looking his first time up.
So the unpredictability of his predictability is how he gets through these innings.
As a hitter, when you face this type of pitcher that really is not refined, you just got to see the ball and hit it, because you can't really predict what he's going to do, because like Darno was set up outside. He threw it inside. So you just got to go to hitting on a guy like this.
Carlos Ruiz would be next, but Mejia trying to get Brown and get through this inning. Brown's driven in the only Philly run with an opposite field single. He's behind him 2-0. This, one way or another, this is going to be Mejia's last inning. He's never thrown more than 101 pitches in a major league game, and he's at 97 now with 2 out in the 5th. Daisuke's got the hat on. He's ready to go.
Boy, he really had a peculiar performance in Miami when he walked the first 2 batters. It's the last thing in the world you'd expect from Daisuke.
Walked to 2 hitters in front of Stanton.
Almost killed him.
Yep. To lead the inning off.
Stanton, it went right past his ear.
That was the night that Farnsworth came in and bailed him out.
Running is Utley, and he makes it safely. Utley running on a 3-0 pitch, and Wilmer Flores got hit in a really bad spot by that throw.
Yeah, Flores trying to block it, caught it right in the cup.
Wow.
Well, there's no way you're going to throw anybody out here, and such a great jump. Oh, it ricocheted off. Yes, it did. And
kids,
that
why you always wear your cup.
The Wizard of Oz reminds me of. The song in The Wizard of Oz. Ronnie knows.
No, not anymore.
That's Utley's first stolen base of the year, and Flores will be able to shake it off.
If you're an infielder, you've taken those shots before, and they are painful.
So this is what happened to Mejia in his last start in the 5th inning. Gave up 4 and then 4 more on one swing by Nolan Arenado.
And Arenado's got, what, a 28-game hitting streak
28
now?
coming into today, although last check he was 0 for 3 against Johnny Cueto, who could stop a hitting streak as well as anybody the way he's going this year. So now it's 3-1 on Brown, with Utley at second carrying the tie-breaking run. Three-one coming to Brown, and he takes a strike on a curveball. 3-2. Well, the start against Miami, he gave up 1 run in 5 innings, then got hammered in the 6th, including a Giancarlo Stanton home run. He had a 6-0 lead going to the 5th inning against Colorado, and then gave up an 8 spot. Now at 100 pitches, trying to get through the 5th. Stroke the other way. Brown's got another opposite field hit. Utley turns third, and he'll score the go-ahead run. So the stolen base by Utley sets up the go-ahead run. Brown's driven in 2 tonight, and the Phillies lead 2-1.
Well, Brown's got a slider bat speed, and they keep throwing him the slider, and he just keeps poking it into the opposite field here, down, outer half. And Utley has been front and center in this game thus far. 2 runs scored.
It's going to be all for Henry Mejia. Terry Collins on his way to the mound. Mejia throwing 101 pitches, which matches his career high. Held him at bay for a good part of the night, but his outing is over after 4 2/3. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon. Daisuke Matsuzaka making his way in behind Mejia. Phillies up 2-1 in the 5th. We'll be right back. Murky night. Pitching's been pretty murky so far tonight too, despite a 2-1 score. Henry Mejia out of the game after 101 pitches over 4 2/3, gives way to Daisuke Matsuzaka, who will be out there for the first time since his meltdown on Monday night in Miami.
Well, Daisuke has really represented the entire Mets bullpen when you think about it. He gave up those 3 runs you were talking about in Miami, but before then, in 6 innings, he had only given up 1 run.
Comes in to face Carlos Ruiz. Here's Mejia's pitching line tonight. Got out of a bases loaded jam in the second, gave up a run in the third, and then a hit batsman, a stolen base, and a 2-out hit by Brown, producing the lead run here in the 5th. Ruiz is 1 for 2, single to right. He stole a base in the second inning.
Look at his on base percentage. Ruiz.
It's a lot of walks.
Whoa.
Started the night 7th in the league in on base percentage.
Part of that has to probably do with having Ashley up behind him, who has struggled so far. Hotter now than he's ever been this season, still.
Brown at first with 2 out. He takes off, and Ruiz fouls it off.
Interesting that the Phillies are so aggressive in this game. I think has to say more about the pitchers than it does the catchers, because the catchers have been so good.
There's Rhino.
Well, the Mets have been the best in the National League this year at preventing the stolen base. But the Phils already with a couple tonight. Brown was on his way there. Balls and a strike to Ruiz. Here's Ashe waiting on deck. He runs again. The pitch outside. Darno from his knees, not in time. That's 3 stolen bases for the Phillies tonight.
Another good jump from the knees to throw. Well, I like the way Darno throws, but that's clearly an easy steal for. He can just fly.
4th of the year for Dominic Brown. Phillies came into the night with 20 steals for the season, 9th in the National League. 3 in this game. And that's wide, ball 4. So Ruiz is on with a walk. And now 2 men aboard for Cody Ashe.
Most of the pants that the guys wear has a double lining kind of right behind the hamstrings, but they don't have the double lining there on the knees. And big hole in the knee there for Brown.
Usually when that happens, you got a nice little raspberry too.
Wonder if that'll ever become the style. Like torn jeans, torn baseball pants. Here's Cody Ashe, 2 out and 2 on. And takes it outside and low. Ashe's walked and grounded out tonight, 0 for 1. Phillies 2 runs, 6 hits. The Mets 1 run and 6 hits.
From rags to riches, Gare.
The patch can make the goodbye harder still, though, Keith.
Very nice. Oh, very young. Well, they say you always want to have a dirty uniform.
That's right.
Dirty uniform with holes in it's just the next step.
Even better, right?
That's a gaping hole. Slow curve from Daisuke is fouled off. 1 and 2 to Ashe. Cody Ashe, just 23 years old, out of the University of Nebraska. Came up last year, and the Phillies thought that they had found their answer at third base. Not quite sure right now. They have young Maikel Franco in the minor leagues, who may be here before long. He might play third base for them. 1-2. Off the plate with a changeup, 2 and 2. want a pool for how many pitches are going to be thrown in this game?
Yeah, we should. We're keeping count. We've got the guys in the truck.
I think we're at 192 right now in the top of the 5th.
Really?
2-2. Blowing inside. d'Arnaud can't locate it, and the runners move up. Didn't go all that far away from d'Arnaud, but aggressive base running by Brown and Ruiz. And the Phillies have 2 in scoring position.
I thought he was going to catch a break because it hit the umpire in the right shin.
And that's got to be a wild pitch. And the Phillies are on their toes.
Well, you got the pitcher on deck, first base open with a 3-2 count. They don't pull the fake, the Dick Williams fake.
Oh, that's right.
They walk him intentionally. Remember that? 19.
Yeah.
Yep. Was it 72 World Series?
Yes.
Johnny Bench at the plate.
Gino Tanache catching. Gene Tennis.
Yep.
And Williams goes out to the mound and demonstratively says, walk him, points to first base, puts the hand out, sits down, right down the middle.
He pointed to Johnny Bench to at home plate first, and then he pointed to first base. Very animated, and then Gino stood up and gave the ball the intentional pass sign. And got back down to crouch. Fastball down the pipe, strike 3.
I mean, it's not often you get a chance to do that, right? An intentional walk situation on a 3-2 count.
That's right.
But boy, it seems like it's worth a shot, right? Because nobody ever sees it. Hernandez still looking for his first big league hit, and quickly behind 0-2.
2 curveballs by Matsuzaka against the pitcher Hernandez.
Now the 0-2, and Hernandez makes contact. Like he was trying to chop down a tree.
No, not even that.
Remember that aftershave lotion, high karate? That's what that looked like.
Oh, man, that's ugly.
Yeah.
And Hernandez flails at another curve, and Daisuke finally gets it done. But the Phillies grab the lead on Dominic Brown's second RBI hit. Hey, we're halfway through. 2-1 Phils. Super Slow Motion is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com.
Cool shots. You see, the first shot was Geno Smith.
Yes.
The Jets quarterback threw out the first ball.
Whole bunch of Jets in the building tonight. Got to see DeBrickashaw Ferguson in the Mets clubhouse earlier tonight.
Really? Wow.
Curtis Granderson leads off for the Mets in the home fifth. Well, let's see. We're halfway through this game, and there have now been 18 runners left on base. 10 for the Phillies, 8 for the Mets. The major league record for a 9-inning game is 30. So we're well on our way.
I always tell you, Gary, we're going to do a game. Let's do a historic one.
There you go.
Oh.
Dominic Brown going to the old-fashioned tie up the knee strategy.
I've never thought of that.
It's like the old medic with the tourniquet.
Granderson's driven in the only Met run tonight. Well, that is some fancy stitchery.
You got to get in there.
No. I think it made it look worse.
I think you got to see next inning. Is he hitting? He can go in there and change it next inning.
3-0 to Granderson. That's got a run in the first, had the bases loaded, 1 out, couldn't score further. They loaded the bases again in the second, didn't score. Got 2 on in the third and didn't score. And now Granderson's on with a leadoff walk to start the fifth. Third walk given up by Hernandez. Thus far, the Phillies bullpen is quiet. Hernandez now working with a lead for the first time. Henry Mejia failed to get through 5. So now the Mets have the tying run on base, and Chris Young, the batter. Young has been hit by a pitch and flied to left, 0 for 1. Low and in with the sinker, ball 1. Granderson has a couple of steals this year. Well, the Philly pitching got clobbered in 4 games with Toronto. Gave up 31 runs in the 4 games. Slowly hit. Rollins gets the force. No, he threw it away into right field. Granderson to third. He'll be held up there, and into second base goes Chris Young. Now Rollins trying to hurry to get 2 on a slowly hit ball, and he gets none. And the Mets have second and third and nobody out.
He's got to rush it now, not hit that hard. And Utley, I'm trying to look. Did he try to backhand this?
He didn't try to backhand.
No, he's got to.
He didn't turn the glove over.
It's a bad throw, but he's got to backhand that and get the sure out. I know it's a hard throw. That's a late reaction from Utley.
You don't usually see Utley make that kind of play. Chris Young's running. You know you're not going to turn 2. You make that into an out.
So it's an error on Rollins. Second and third and nobody out.
He's far enough away. He's got to throw it hard. He's got to backhand that ball.
Well, these two certainly know each other. No active middle infielders have played more games together than Utley and Rollins. So the Mets with a chance to tie or take the lead. Second and third, nobody out. Josh Satin coming up. Granderson, who walked, is on third. Young reaching on the error at second. Satin has struck out and grounded to short. Satin starting against the right-hander tonight. First time he started against a righty this year. With Lucas Duda under the weather. Wilmer Flores hitting 7th in the order on deck. Mario Hollins is up in the Philly bullpen.
And that's where you want to get, right into that Philly bullpen.
Well, if you're Satin here, you need to get some contact. He's striking out way too much, and you got to hit the ball to the right side. Get that runner over to third as well.
He's almost a guarantee to take a strike. It's the 3rd time through the order. You face the third time you face this guy. Gosh.
Satin just 3 for 25 on the year. 0-2, and he takes low and in. Hernandez up to 90 pitches on the night. I was going to say Philly pitching got hit so hard in that series with Toronto. Their bullpen is really taxed right now, and it has not been a good year for the Philly bullpen anyway. 1-2, and Satin takes it low. 2-2.
Well, everything's been inside now, right? Well, first fastball was down the middle, but fastball in, changeup to get to 2-2. Struck him out on that sinker away his last time up. Let's see if Hernandez tries to go back out there again.
Satin batted with the bases loaded and 1 out in the first inning and struck out. You're up with second and third and nobody out, with the Mets down a run in the fifth. Two. Struck him out again. What a rough night for Satin. Really a rough 6 weeks for Josh to start the season. Third strikeout for Hernandez.
And not meant to be up and in.
We've seen more pitches in this game not hit their intended mark and work.
Well, Mr. Flores gets up here with an opportunity to drive in a couple.
Flores came up with the bases loaded and 2 out in the first, and it'll fly ball to center. Well, the Phillies are going to move Rollins halfway in. Now he's backing up. So again, they'll concede a run on a grounder with Granderson at third, carrying the tying run. Young at second.
And I agree with the defensive posturing by the Phillies, because you've got a 1-run lead, a ground ball. It's a tie ball game. If you're in, it just opens up too many holes and base hit that, and then you're losing by a run. So a lot of game left.
Flores 1 for 2 at a base hit to left in the third. And Hernandez gets ahead of him 0-2.
Hernandez might be the only pitcher I've ever seen that works quicker with guys on bases than he does when no one's on. Perfect pitch on that outside part.
Well, he just struck out Satin. Now he's ahead 0-2 on Flores. And he bounces one that Ruiz is equal to. 1-2.
Tell you what, I'd have bet the house that he wouldn't throw a strike here. 0-2.
Ruiz's legs so wide as he almost makes his 5'8" frame larger so that he can ensure that he'll block that pitch.
Early call for Scott Rice in the Mets bullpen. Rice has had some back problems recently, but up and getting ready as the Mets work down toward the bottom of the batting order. Pitcher spot 2 batters away. 1-2 to Flores. He struck him out. Wow. So Hernandez, after a walk and an error, put runners at second and third and nobody out. Strikes out Satin, strikes out Flores, and now has a chance to get through the inning.
Just a good old fastball, Ronnie.
Yeah,
with some sink.
With some sink away.
So d'Arnaud will be the hitter. As yet, nobody out on deck for the Mets, with the pitcher spot due up next. But it's going to be Daisuke out on deck, but it's hard for me to believe if they walk d'Arnaud that Daisuke would bat.
Right, so I think they're going to pitch to d'Arnaud.
Unless Rice is just up in the bullpen for show. d'Arnaud's already 2 for 2, an infield single, and then a single through the hole into left.
I just don't think you can trust Hernandez's control. Sometimes you beat a game, guys. He just struck out Satin, just struck out Flores. He's at the top of his game right now. Let Ruiz try to get him through d'Arnaud. Sometimes you play that your pitcher's at his best right now.
Bottom half of the order.
Well, trying to close out his night positively. He has 2 out in the fifth, just as Mejia did. Bobby Abreu lying in wait.
And that's not the man you want to face.
And the Phillies know that, so you have to think they're going after d'Arnaud. I mean, it's almost as though Terry Collins is trying to bait Hernandez and the Phillies into walking d'Arnaud so he can get Abreu up there with the bases loaded. Not going to happen. d'Arnaud breaks his bat, rolls one for Ashe, bare hand play, and he gets him to end the inning. The Mets at second and third and nobody out, and they do not score. And the Phillies keep their lead. Ashe makes the bare hand play on d'Arnaud's broken back grounder, and that gets Hernandez through the fifth with a 2-1 lead. Game of this series on Sunday afternoon. That's John Neese's start against Cole Hamels. Our coverage begins Sunday afternoon at 12:30 right here on SNY. Well, it's been LOB ball tonight. Each team has had 10 runners left on base in the first 5 innings.
Wow. Got to watch out for the bunt here. Okay. Phillies have a lead. Revere's got that kind of speed. Not a lot of experience at first base.
Revere 0 for 2 and a walk tonight, facing Daisuke, and he takes high for ball 1. Daisuke came in, a couple of walks and a strikeout to finish the 5th after Henry Mejia left. Mejia gave up 2 runs and 6 hits over 4 2/3 troubled innings. Ball and a strike to Revere with Rollins and Utley to follow for the Phillies in the 6th. 2 struggling teams, and boy have they looked like it tonight. Phillies have lost 4 straight. Mets have lost 6 of 7. Down slowly. Murphy waits on it and makes the play on the speedy Revere. 1 out. Let's check in with the studio. Eamon McEnany standing by for a game break brought to you by your local Tri-Honda dealers. Braves made a move today with their pitching staff. They moved Alex Wood to the bullpen.
If you look at his line for his starts, lack of support with runs. I mean, he was unbelievable, but they need some help in the bullpen. So they put a starter back out there, and they got Gavin Floyd back, right?
Gavin Floyd came back. He took Irvin Santana's start for a spot because he hurt his thumb, but right. Santana's fine now. Julio Teheran's going tonight. 6 innings, 1 hit, 8 strikeouts. He's awfully good.
Yes, he is.
Jimmy Rollins 0 for 3. Rollins had a very tough at bat against Mejia. In the second inning, he struck out with the bases loaded. Then he had an 11 pitch at bat against Mejia in the fourth and struck out that time as well. But it served to boost Mejia's pitch count. Eventually that cost Mejia. Unable to finish the fifth. 2 balls and a strike to Rollins. Well, Nolan Arenado went to the 9th inning needing a hit to extend his hitting streak to 29 games for the Rockies. They were down a run in the 9th, facing Jonathan Broxton. He walked. So unless they tie it up and go to extra innings, that hitting streak is probably going to end. Or maybe they bat around at the top of the 9th. 3-1 coming to Rollins, and he walked him. So Daisuke walks Rollins. That's his 3rd walk in a span of 5 batters. One of those was intentional.
I watched the games in Colorado. Sometimes it's different when you see it in person. What does Mr. Arenado look like in person?
Well, he was extremely impressive. I think Terry Collins said he keeps his bat in the zone longer than anybody in the game right now. This is a kid that makes your eyes pop on the other side with his defense. He's going to be a star.
Throws the ball on the run as well as anyone in the game.
You got that right. Tremendous backhand. He's worked on that throw. He's had to. I mean, that was impressive. That's very strong arm.
Utley's been on base 3 times tonight and scored twice. A single, a double. Then he was hit by a pitch in the 5th. Stole a base on a 3-0 count, and that paid off when he came in on a 2-out single by Dominic Brown.
Well, there's 2 base stealers right there, huh? Juan Samuel and Jimmy Rollins. But what's interesting about Jimmy, and he's always done it, when he takes his lead, he kind of opens up that front foot and forms a little bit of a 45-degree angle to second base, allowing him to open up that right hip a little quicker, get a little better jump. See how that front foot's open?
Rollins with 5 stolen bases this year, 430 for his major league career, and that's an outstanding percentage. Something the Phillies have always prided themselves on. It started with Davey Lopes, who was their base running coach.
It's amazing. They teach base runners that when you have your lead, that if you're going to steal a base, you want to take your left arm and kind of thrust it towards second base to get you started, to open up that front hip and go. He tries to eliminate that by kind of putting his hand in front of him so it's already there, and all he has to do is turn instead of get it going. See, he's almost halfway there to that turn and go. Pretty cool.
2-2 to Utley with Ryan Howard on deck. Only 2nd in Phillies history in stolen bases, most doubles in Phillies history, 2nd now in games played. He's had himself quite a career. Now 35 years old. Curveball, strike 3 call. And Utley is finally retired. First time tonight. 2nd strikeout for Daisuke.
Well, good breaking ball by Daisuke. Backdoor. And Utley gave up on it.
Yep, snapped it on him. Had a lot of plate.
So 2 out. Rollins still at first, and now Ryan Howard, who's 1 for 3 tonight. Had a base hit. Taking one the other way with the Mets shifting in the first. Then hit one to the fence and left that Chris Young caught in the 3rd. And popped up his last time up in the 5th. The Mets have the full shift on against Howard this time with Rollins at first. see a pitcher sailing a number of balls outside like that, Ronnie, what does it tell you?
It's always so easy. It's the front shoulder is not staying close. So Dice K's left shoulder is opening up too early. So he's got to wait a little longer with that front shoulder. That will direct the ball better to where he wants to throw it. That's always been his main problem in the States, is that front shoulder flying open. And I say problem, I mean he won a lot of games early in his career pitching for a good Red Sox team.
Now trying to make the adjustment to being a relief pitcher. It had been going well until Monday. There's a strike, 2-1.
Watch his front shoulder. That should be closed like under your chin for as long as you can keep it open. But his head comes off, and look at, before he even delivers the ball, that shoulder is, you can see the whole Mets logo when he delivers the ball to the plate.
Here's a good curve for a strike, 2-2.
We've seen some pitchers that have been in games that you see their number, not their front logo, before they deliver the ball to the plate. Back number, I'm saying, you know.
Marlon Byrd would be next. Two coming to Howard. Fouled it back.
You know, it's the one thing about pitching, guys, and Keith knows as well as I do. Sometimes you get away with a pitch, and that was one.
Well, if you're more apt to get away with the fastball than you are throwing up a helicopter, you know, a bad breaking ball.
Do you think a higher percentage of breaking balls are hit for home runs than fastballs?
No, because there's more fastballs thrown. So, you know, over the course of a game, not this game, but over the course of a game, you know, on one side there's going to be 65 of it, 100 are going to be fastballs.
Howard down on strikes. Dice K with back-to-back strikeouts of Utley and Howard to get himself through the top of the 6th. Now the Mets come to bat in the bottom of the 6th, down by a run. To Denver and see what life is like on the road, from how they spend their off time to how they adjust to playing at Coors Field. Get a unique look at their time in the Mile High City on Mets Insider, presented by WB Mason, Sunday at 4:30, only on SNY. Roberto Hernandez went to the mound for the bottom of the 6th, but Eric Young announces a pinch hitter, so the Phillies will switch off and bring in the lefty Jake Diekman. Pitching change for the Phils. They lead 2-1. We'll be right back. Tonight at midnight, if we're done here, Jets draft coverage continues with analysis of their second and third round picks, plus a breakdown of the selections in the AFC East on Jets Nation Draft Day 2014. Coverage continues tonight at midnight only on SNY. Yes, they're toiling deep into the night at Radio City, and perhaps here as well, where we start in the bottom of the sixth with Jake Diekman coming on in relief for the Phils.
You know, sometimes it's hard to believe that he even gives up any kind of runs because he just has electric stuff. Throws from the side, throws 92 plus.
Eric Young pinch hitting, and he takes the fastball wide at 95. It'll be Young, then Juan Lagares and Daniel Murphy for the Mets in the home sixth. Mets down 2-1. And he grounds one through the hole, a base hit. Eric Young gets the Mets started with a pinch hit single. And now the Mets have their best stolen base threat aboard, carrying the tying run.
Well, it's nice to see Eric get a hit from the right side.
Nice swing on that.
The one thing that's going to be tough is that Diekman, because of the way he throws, guys, he has a good move to first, and he's quick to the plate. Tough to read.
I wonder also with a guy like Eric, who was stealing a lot when he was playing every day, now that he's been sitting on the bench a lot, do you lose your rhythm as a base stealer?
Yeah, it's like a guy who's been playing every day and then sits on the bench for 4 days, right? How does he feel at the plate?
Lagares trying to drop down a bunt hit, but he fouls it off. Lagares has gone 0 for 3 tonight, grounded out twice and flied out.
See, if Lagares is trying to lay down that bunt, who do you have on the mound? You have a left-hander. Where is he going to fall through? To the third base side. Push it the other way and beat him to first base. Make Ryan Howard field it. That's the key.
That's the thing. You got Howard playing there too. '27-year-old Jake Diekman in his third year with the Phillies. So it was a breaking ball low 1-1. Diekman, when he first came up, walked the world. He's not walking people anymore, and the results have been better.
Well, he's one of those guys that has all the talent in the world. Once he catches fire, he is going to be a mainstay.
Home run ball has hurt him this year. He's already given up 3 home runs in 16 innings. Garris reaching for that fastball and fouls it off 1-2.
Well, it just tells me, and I've seen enough of Diekman, no matter how hard you throw, this is the big leagues, and you make fastballs over the middle or get behind and have to come in with the fastball. You got guys that can put some serious barrel to bat on a fastball, so he just needs one of these diamonds in the rough. He's got the great arm.
Young at first and nobody out. Diekman will take a peek at him. Young has 12 steals. He's still second in the National League in steals despite not playing much the last couple of weeks. D. Gordon leads the National League in steals for the Dodgers.
What a year he's having.
Gordon now with 21 steals. 1-2. Up and away to Lagares. 2-2. Daniel Murphy, the on-deck batter. Well, Lagares with an unusually high two-strike batting average. You see the league average 171 once you get to 2 strikes. Pokes that one foul.
And that's the reason it's so high, is that on 2 strikes, you know, he's not afraid if they pitch him away to go to the right side.
Well, 2-strike hitting, you got to just protect. I was a little more defensive than I'd like to see. Diekman's one of those guys that kind of throws across his body. Makes it tough for him to throw an inside strike to a righty. He's way on the third base side of the rubber.
I mean, it's unfair for me to say this, but I think the Phillies would like to see him be like a Chris Sale light out of the bullpen. An unorthodox left-hander.
Garris hanging in there.
Watch his hands. Everything they've made so simple to try to make sure his mechanics are good enough to throw strikes, but he opens up and lets that ball go. It's like a whip.
Seventh pitch of the at-bat, and Lagares goes down on the breaking ball, and Diekman has the first out of the inning.
Well, I was waiting for him to throw a slider, get all those fastballs away, and then he comes with a slider down and in.
So 1 out and 1 on. Daniel Murphy coming up. In that game in Cincinnati, the Rockies did tie it up in the top of the 9th, but Joey Votto hit a walk-off homer in the bottom of the 9th. Reds win 4-3. Arenado's hitting streak ends at 28 games.
What a run.
Start a new one.
Got halfway to DiMaggio.
Start a new one.
Puts it in perspective, doesn't it?
Did you see Arenado's comments? He said, my cousin told me I was halfway. He said, that's unbelievable. It feels like it's been going on forever. David Wright on deck. Murphy 1 for 2 and a walk tonight. Scored the only Met run back in the first.
Now,
knee-high fastball.
You're down a run here, lefty, lefty. Even though Murph hits lefties good, you got a fast guy at first base. You don't want to hit and run here. We have to kind of hope for a 3-1 count. We can send Young and put Young in motion.
Murphy, it's a slow tapper. Diekman off the mound. The glove flip in time to get Murphy as Young goes to second. Not sure he had to do that.
No, you never want to do that if you're the pitcher and you've gotten that. And Diekman was unbelievably quick, by the way. What you want to do, just continue to the base. Don't let it go like that. I mean, it's a beautiful highlight play, but you never want to exchange if you don't have to.
It's very risky.
I've seen it happen before where the first baseman gives up on the play because he thinks the pitcher's going to cover, and the next thing you know, that ball's tossed to nowhere. So
he gave him a beautiful soft toss. It was really done nicely.
It was style.
Bob McClure, the pitching coach, going out to the mound. You got first base open. You got a lefty on the mound. David Wright, who eats up lefties at the plate, and Curtis Granderson, a left-hand batter on deck.
Would you give him 4 here? You got a young pitcher.
I think what's happening here is that you see Bob McClure talking to Carlos Ruiz. He holds such an elevated position on this ball club. It was almost like McClure said to Ruiz, what do you want to do in this situation? Do you want to go up against Wright, or do you want to walk him?
I'd walk him. You got a young pitcher that doesn't know how to pitch around anybody.
You're right.
You can't take any chances.
David's hitting .424 against lefties this year, and so this makes all the sense in the world that the Phillies would walk him and pitch it instead to Granderson. Curtis has driven in the only Met run tonight. That was with a double back in the first against Roberto Hernandez.
Well, when you think of it, this winter, when you made the move to sign Curtis Granderson, it was for this moment right here, wasn't it? To protection of David. And if they're going to pitch around him, even the lefty-lefty situation, you're going to have to come through.
Granderson's hitting an even 200 against lefties, which doesn't sound like much, but it's actually better than his average against righties. So 2 out and 2 on. Granderson has doubled and walked tonight. He's 1 for 2. That's a 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position. They've left 10 runners on base in the first 5 innings. Eric Young, who had a pinch hit single, is at second. Wright, an intentional walk, is at first. Curtis takes a fastball strike. It's a pretty easy 96, isn't it?
Oh. You just love to have this young man's arm.
Knowing that there's speed on the bases, Ruiz flashing signs to the infield on how to handle it if the runners go. Granderson with a good cut fouls it back. 0-2.
Fastball upstairs. When you got a hard, when you can throw hard, you can get away with getting it up there.
What do you see in Granderson, Keith? Is he a high ball hitter or low ball hitter?
Serious low ball hitter.
Yeah,
serious.
All those lefties.
Yeah.
Well, not Keith.
Not all.
Yeah. I like that. I prefer the low one to the high one. I can hit the high one,
You can handle the high.
but it's just so natural for some reason to hit that knee-high pitch.
Mel Stottlemyre used to say the only left-handed hitter to fear upstairs is the left-handed thrower, because that's his strong hand, the one on top of the bat.
That's a great perception by Mel.
And Granderson down swinging to end the inning. So Diekman strikes out 2 in the inning, and the Mets strand 2 more. That's 12 left on base for the Mets tonight. We've played 6. Phillies 2, Mets 1. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by State Farm. Today's State Farm agent of the day is Ellen Nita of Princeton, New Jersey. Contact Ellen's office at ellennita.com. By Xerox, the company that simplifies the way work gets done. And by Honda, get a great deal during the Spring Into a Honda sales event. 6 innings, 3 runs, 23 left on base for these two teams. Mets have left 12, Phils have left 11. J. Reese Familia will pitch the 7th inning for New York.
Well, Familia's been much better of late. Still too many walks, but still I think he's going to start getting a lot of innings deeper into ball games.
His last outing Wednesday in Miami might have been his most impressive, a 1-2-3 inning with a couple of strikeouts. Marlon Byrd leads off the 7th and fouls back the fastball.
Well, I'll tell you, Marlon is the ultimate of the wily veteran. He knows that Familia is going to come right after him. He spent part of his season watching him, and he was ready and missed it, but still ready.
See, the Mets have already tied their season high in left on base. And again, the major league record for combined LOB in a 9-inning game is 30. Already have 23, 2/3 of the way through. Mets left the bases loaded the first 2 innings, and off we were running.
Oh, good
looking slider by Familia, 0-2.
Well, when he throws it right, it's as good as any in baseball. It is. 95, razor blade on the right on the, I was going to say the black, on the edge of the plate.
Quickly ahead on Bird, 0-2 with Dominic Brown on deck. Henry Mejia went 4 2/3 tonight, gave up 2 runs, 6 hits. Daisuke Matsuzaka an inning and a third, walked 3 but struck out 3, didn't allow a hit. And now Familia pitching the 7th. Mike Adams is up in the Philadelphia bullpen. Was that a little LaTroy style quick pitch I detected there?
It was.
He taught everybody in that bullpen that quick pitch. Herman's been using it a lot.
Is LaTroy still perfect out there?
9 for 9 last I checked.
The Familia, I just love the angle of how he's gotten his pitches now. He's straight, not straight over the top, but he's got that good downward movement. The thing he hasn't learned yet, and I know it's not easy, control it within the strike zone, but you fight so hard to get to 0-2, that's when you start controlling outside of the strike zone. Make Marlins swing at something in the dirt or elevate something about letter high. Either pitch will work right here. You don't want to be in the strike zone once you get to 0-2.
There you go.
Get Bird. 3rd time he's been struck out tonight.
Finally threw the fastball. Too many breaking balls, went way ahead. He would set him up for the big cheese, and right there.
Great sink on that fastball. You know, he does it with very little, and look at that release. He has it right behind his head. And this is how long you have to react, folks, on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball moving on the outside corner.
Good luck. Dominic Brown has driven in both Philly runs tonight with a pair of opposite field singles. Very late on that fastball. Let me ask you a question, Ronnie, after what you were just talking about. This may seem like a strange question, but is it hard for a young pitcher to learn how to throw a ball?
Yeah, because what happens, Gary, is that when you're a young pitcher, you're erratic with your breaking ball. I thought that was a strike there. So what are you taught every time you go to the mound? How do you throw a breaking ball for a strike? How do you throw it for a strike? So you do that for the longest period of time, and then after you develop that, the next development, how do you throw it for a ball and then come back and throw it for a strike? It's a very difficult thing to do. It's like when you get a pitcher whose favorite place is throwing a fastball on the outside corner. Okay, well, that's an easy place for you to throw it. Let's learn how to throw it on the inside corner. Then you learn it, and then you can't. Sometimes you can't get back to the outside. So it's that starting to become the complete pitcher.
Brown rolls one for Murphy. And that's the second out. So Familia set down the first 2.
This is the best Familia's thrown I've seen in a while.
got good command. He's throwing hard. He got the hard breaking stuff.
I just would like him, one, to know himself, how he is viewed around the league. He is a tough mark. Second, get a little tougher out there. Every once in a while, pop someone up and in. Let him know that it's an uncomfortable at bat every time you face me. I'm speaking as Familia.
Here's Ruiz, 1 for 2 and a walk.
It's interesting with Darno, isn't it? No sitting in the corners. He sits right down the middle to try to make sure that Familia is not just trying to pitch to corners. Just let the natural movement of your ball make you a success.
That's what Carter did with Sid. That's right. Sid Fernandez, you just set it right down the middle.
Now 3-0. Cody Ashley, the number 8 hitter, is on deck. He gets a little mad at himself too,
Yeah, he does, because expects perfection, but sometimes it's better to be smart here. Okay, it's 3-0. You're down by a run. Ruiz is swinging, so be prepared. 241 hitter behind him. Thank you.
And he offered at that 3-0 pitch out of the strike zone.
Ruiz, all he was doing there is getting it started early, and if Familia would have thrown a strike, he would have hit it hard.
(3-1) from Familia, and now 3-2.
This is nasty, folks. It's the only way I can use to describe it. It's down, late movement.
It's got sink. It's a hard sinker.
Now the 3-2 to Ruiz, and he walked him. So a 2-out base runner for the Phillies. That's 7 walks by Met pitchers tonight.
And Familia better keep an eye on Ruiz. He's known to sneak a steal too. It's a tight ball game here late.
Stole one back in the second. Cody Ashley, the batter, 0 for 1. He's walked twice tonight. Phillies bring Reed Brignac, who they just called up today, out to the on-deck circle to bat for the pitcher. If Ashley can keep the inning going. The red-hot Orioles won again tonight, beat Houston 4-3. Baltimore's in first place in that AL East. Manny Machado hit his first home run.
Well, with Manny back, you take a look at that lineup, as deep as any in baseball.
I thought it was interesting. They basically released Steve Pearce 10 days ago, and now he's won 2 games for them for bringing him back. So that's when you know you're going well. One and 0 to Ashley. Fouls it away. 1-1. The Phillies got a run in the first. The Mets got a run in the first. The Phillies tied it up in the third, took the lead in the fifth. It's been a game of enormous opportunity for both offenses and very little cashing in. Now the 1-1, and Ashley swings through that 97-mile-an-hour heater. 1-2.
He's been tardy on the first fastball and then got it thrown by him.
You only allowed 3 tardies a semester, aren't you?
Get a demerit after that. 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Dialed it up to 98. Second strikeout for Familia. That takes us to the 7th inning stretch. 24 left on base in this game. 2-1 Philadelphia. League baseball game with a souvenir. Say a foul ball is in your neighborhood. Well, you got to watch out sometimes because you never know how these things are going to work themselves out. Ball picked up and
boom! Uppercut.
Oh, wow.
Down goes Frazier.
Thus the ice pack.
Well, she got clobbered.
She's tough, though.
She seems to be all right.
Took it off just fine.
The dude in the raincoat's got to give her the ball, right?
If he's a gentleman.
Come on.
Mike Adams will pitch the bottom of the 7th for the Phils.
Well, he's always pitched pretty well against the Mets. You see just limited action so far. When he's on top of his game, one of the best. Last 13 appearances against the Mets. Just a little over a 2 ERA.
Began the year on the disabled list. That's the guy who got the ball.
He didn't give it up?
I don't know.
He's got his Cluzo trench coat on.
Well, like Inspector Gadget.
Chris Young leads off the home 7th. And takes the cutter for a strike. Young is 0 for 2. He's been hit by a pitch. He's reached on an error. It'll be Young, then Satin and Flores for the Mets in the home 7th. Mets about hit the Phillies 7-6, but down by a run. Oh, and 2 to Chris Young. So Jake Diekman worked an inning in relief, got himself in trouble, gave up a single to Eric Young leading off that 6th, but worked through it after Roberto Hernandez went the first 5. And now Adams, who began the year on the disabled list with shoulder surgery, making just his 8th appearance of the year, and he has struggled so far. Really, you can say that about just about everybody in that Phillies bullpen.
Well, early in his career, when he came up with Milwaukee, Adams was tough. He had I thought, his best years in San Diego in that bullpen with he, Gregerson, who's the closer of all time? Trevor Hoffman, not closer of all time, but one of the better closers of all time, over 600 career saves. They were as tough as any in baseball.
On the outside corner, got him looking at the cutter. And Young is caught for the first out.
That's a good pitch there.
Yes, it is.
I mean, it's almost a perfect pitch.
Ooh. Okay.
Definitely could be wrong.
So 1 out now. Josh Satin, who's had himself a rough night. Came up bases loaded, 1 out in the 1st, struck out. Came up 2nd and 3rd, nobody out in the 5th, struck out. Takes the cutter for a strike. Satin got the start tonight. His first against a right-hander because Lucas Duda was under the weather. Duda, last we saw, was in the dugout. Might be available to pinch hit tonight. And Adams throws a fastball for a strike, and again he gets ahead 0-2. Wilmer Flores waits on deck. So far, Adams not looking like that guy with the 6.35 ERA.
No, he's a good pitcher. This is early, coming off an injury, trying to get back into it.
He was hurt a good portion of last year as well, his first year with the Phillies. Ball 2 strikes to Satin. One out and nobody on. Mets batting in the 7th, down by a run. Another cutter misses. 2-2. Mike Adams now 35 years old. Pitching with his 4th different team, all but one in the National League. Pitched with Texas for a while. 2-2 coming, and Satin pops one up. Ashe comes in from 3rd, and there are 2 out. So 2 out and nobody on in the home 7th, and now Wilmer Flores. Flores called up today, has gone 1 for 3 at the plate. Last time up, second and third, 1 out, and he struck out against Roberto Hernandez. Mets have had oodles of scoring opportunities tonight. They've left 12 runners on base, find themselves a run behind in the 7th. And Flores takes a strike.
You know, when Ruiz has a control pitcher, a guy that's going to throw to his glove, he'll start to get a little lower and lower to get that target down there. And you can't get in that position if you sit on the outside part and you have a pitcher who's going to throw the ball inside. You've got to be more defensive, like a goalie. But when you got guys like he's had Cliff Lee, Roy Halladay, the guys in the last few years, Adams, who's a control pitcher and veteran, you can start to have fun. Getting nice low, presenting a low target.
Flores pops one up along the line. Bird right near that sidewall, reaches in but can't get it. That is a tough spot.
Yes, it is. It's a dangerous spot. Get undercut there.
Right where that angle is, where the two walls come together.
And actually, Marlin, that's a heck of an effort. That's fearless because it's padded, but still.
And Marlin has more experience than most.
Yep. Played out there in right field for 4 months last year. One and 2 to Flores. Line base hit. Second hit of the night for Flores on a high breaking ball. And the Mets have a 2-out base run.
Can they cash in? High slider right there. And he just stays back. Let's go with one hand. No, he did. No, he did not. Just didn't get away. Kept that shoulder in nicely.
So now Travis d'Arnaud, who's 2 for 3 tonight. And if he can get on, Bobby Abreu will come up to pinch hit for the pitcher. He's out on deck. Mets now have 8 hits in the game. But they've lacked the big hit other than Granderson's double back in the first.
For that matter, both teams lack the big hit.
And d'Arnaud takes it off the plate for ball 1. Antonio Bastardo, the left-hander, up in the Phillies bullpen. So if d'Arnaud gets on, we'll probably see Bastardo to pitch to Abreu. Adams checks in on Flores, who's not likely to be stealing. There's a strike. 1-1. Game tonight's been moving at a rocking chair pace.
I couldn't think of a better adjective.
Sitting and watching the molasses flow.
Ooh, good one.
1-1 to d'Arnaud, and he takes a strike. 1-2. Well,
I've seen
they've got a chance to set a record tonight between these two teams. Our graphics guys with the perfect addition, they can do 2 times 12.
So d'Arnaud is taking two fastballs right down the pipe. What's he looking for?
I just don't. I'm speechless. You haven't been around the big leagues long enough to be looking for anything but see the ball and hit it.
1-2 from Adams. This is away. 2-2. By the way, we mentioned several times that the combined record for left on base is 30 in a 9-inning game. The last time it was done was 1961. But there were 21 runs scored in that game. Angels and Senators 16-5.
Wow.
And each team left 15 on base. This is different. There have only been 3 runs in this game and 24 left on base. 2-2 coming from Adams, and d'Arnaud takes it off the plate, and now it's a full count. So now Flores will get the automatic start at first, and Howard's looking to the dugout to see if they wanted to play behind the runner.
Of course, he should.
Well, he's staying put. Abreu on deck to pinch hit. Adams retired the first 2, gave up a hit to Flores. Now he's 3-2 on d'Arnaud. Flores gets set to run. And d'Arnaud goes down swinging on the fastball. Second strikeout in the inning for Mike Adams, and the Mets strand another. That's 13 left on base for the Mets in 7 innings tonight, 25 for the 2 teams combined. Off we go to the 8th. Phillies 2, Mets 1. Saved it for 10:24 p.m. In Mets history, which pitcher has the most hits in a single season? See, we've flipped the narrative on Met pitchers who've been unable to get a hit this year. Who had the most hits in a single season?
I think I know who it is. I think. All right, Mr. Familia's out there for number 2.
Tony Gwynn Jr. will be the pinch hitter leading off for the Phillies. Familia faced 4 batters, walking 2 strikeouts in the 7th inning, and he stays out there for the 8th. Gwynn 2 for 11 as a pinch hitter this year. He'll be followed by Ben Revere and Jimmy Rollins in the 8th. Corners in against Gwynn as Familia misses up and away for ball 1.
You know, the hard part is just look at the defense there. Hard part about that trivia question is that Tom Seaver's day, they would get 85 to 100 at bats per year. So, you know, when I think of Mets pitchers over time that have just been outstanding hitters, the Doc comes to mind. Mike Hampton for that 1 year comes to mind. Number 41, of course, is well, who I think the answer is going to be, but We'll see.
I think Doc had the highest batting average of any pitcher, but a year where he only had 19 hits.
Yeah.
And I think Hampton is up there too in single season batting average. But I think you're right. I think Seaver probably had.
I think it's Big Tommy.
2-0 to Gwynn and too high, ball 3. So Familia putting himself in immediate trouble here in the 8th. The Pirates beat the Cardinals tonight. Neil Walker a 3-run homer in the bottom of the 7th, and Pittsburgh wins 6-4. Pirates trying to fight out of a hole and playing better lately. There's a strike, 3-1. There'll be a lot of final scores before we're done here.
Oh.
The Angels got a run in the 9th to beat Toronto 4-3. Mike Trout hit his 7th home run in that game. Familia behind 3-1, and Gwynn fouls it off 3-2.
Where were we, Gary, and Anaheim when we were the last game every night?
Well, it's supposed to go that way. We're on the West Coast,
but
not when you start at 7 o'clock Eastern.
There's other teams playing on the West Coast.
Yeah.
Matt Harvey has his hockey beard working. How does Rangers do today?
I think they won.
They won.
Nice.
They got it back to the Garden.
Very nice.
They're alive. They're alive. Drive to right. Granderson has it measured. And Gwynn retired one away. Let's check in with the studio. Eamon McEnany is there for another game break brought to you by the New York State Smokers Quit Line.
Ooh.
Wow.
That's something working indeed.
Well, he's got that kind of stuff, man. He just has 4 unhittable pitches.
He's already had an 8 2/3 perfect game, right? Here's Ben Revere with 1 out. Revere 0 for 3 and a walk, and takes a fastball strike from Familia.
Just watching intently this number 27. Just keep it working, young man. Got a chance. It's Jimmy Rollins on deck to play a big part by the end of this year.
Up the middle, and that's a base hit for Revere. So he's aboard with 1 out. Hit number 7 for the Phillies.
Well, when you got a guy that throws hard like Familia and has such a wicked breaking ball, you know, it's just, he throws you a fastball, you got to get on it. Can't sit there and take.
Terry Collins on his way out to the mound. You got Rollins, a switch hitter, and then the 2 lefties, Utley and Howard. So Scott Rice will come into the game. We're in the 8th inning. Phillies 2, Mets 1. We'll be right back to Citi Field. Get to Citi Field for the Subway Series Wednesday, May 14th and Thursday, May 15th, when the Mets take on the Yankees at 7:10. The first 10,000 fans can trade in old caps for a new Mets cap, courtesy of Chevrolet. Take the train to the game with the Long Island Railroad. For tickets, visit Mets.com/Subway Series. Scott Rice comes in with 1 out and 1 on in the 8th.
Well, much used Scott Rice. This is huge right here. Not only to pitch to the bat Rollins, but to hold Revere on at first base.
Hasn't pitched since Monday night in Miami. He's had a little back twinge that kept him out for a couple of days. Rollins hitting just .216 as a right-hand batter, .291 lefty, so this move made plenty of sense to bring Rice in.
Aha.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, well.
And a pickoff, and he just gets back. Revere somehow able to beat the tag by Satin.
Nice move here, slapped on by Satin. Boy, that was close.
One 1-0 to Rollins. He takes it outside, and Rice is behind 2-0. This year, Revere with 11 steals. That puts him third in the National League, behind D. Gordon and Eric Young. .2-0 from Rice to Rollins, and he lines one foul. 2-1. Chase Utley waiting on deck. He's already been on base 3 times tonight and scored both Philadelphia runs. And now it's 3-1. Met pitchers have already walked 7 Phillies tonight. Coming, and Rollins takes it wide, ball 4. So now the Phillies have 2 men on, and Chase Utley coming to the plate. Rice walking the first man to face him. Utley has singled, doubled, been hit by a pitch, stolen a base, scored 2 runs, 2 for 3 on the night.
Well, at some point, Gary, how many times have you said it late in games? Rollins, Utley, Howard.
Got a lot of speed out there. Revere at second, Rollins at first. The Phils have already stolen 3 bases tonight. The Mets had given up 7 steals all year before tonight, but the Phils have taken advantage. Ruiz, Utley, Brown all have stolen a base tonight. And Utley takes a sinker that just misses, ball 1.
Well, Utley always the disciplined hitter. He's going to make Rice get it up.
See, Rice has had success against Utley, 0 for 5 against him. And that's in at the knees for a strike. 1-1. Darvish's perfect game is gone, but his no-hitter's still going. Red Sox have 2 men on in the 7th with Grady Sizemore on.
Walk.
Yes. I think it was a walk.
I think it was Ortiz. Broke it up with a walk.
Boy, you hate to do that with an 8-0 lead, huh, Ronnie?
Right.
Take your chances. Or do you want the no?
No, we go after him.
Chopper to Murphy, comes in to get it. Flip to Flores, the return in time. Double play. 4-6-3 double play with the new shortstop Flores right in the middle. Rice gets the ground ball he needs, gets the Mets through the top of the 8th, down 2-1. Brought to you by Pepsi. Live for now. And that's a nice man making some kid extraordinarily happy. That is a thrill. A real live Major League Baseball.
That smile will be there until he gets home tonight. And maybe past that. That never gets old, does it?
Changes for the Phillies. Tony Gwynn stays in the game in center field. And the new pitcher, Antonio Bastardo, will hit in the number 1 spot of the batting order.
You'd have to say he's one of the guys that's pitched half decent, but you don't like to see relievers have that many decisions. That means that he's given up some leads. And the 10 walks and 14 in the third just can't happen when you come in the games late.
Well, irony of ironies, that kid is going to be happy for a long time to come. Irony of ironies, Wilmer Flores comes here to give the Mets more offense. So Ruben Tejada comes off the bench as a pinch hitter. Tejada, who has been thrust into no man's land by the Mets move, bringing up Flores to play short. Ruben is 0 for his last 15 at the plate. And looking to do some damage here as a pinch hitter, leading off the home 8th.
Terry opts to keep Abreu in reserve.
Well, his other right-hand hitter is Wrecker. Could have gone that way. And that one knocks the mask right off Ruiz. 0-1.
Abreu has been a guy that's hit left-handers his whole career too, but he's a little older now, and so Tejada gets the nod here.
Well, you got to keep Abreu in reserve for the 9th if the Phillies hold the lead, because Papelbon's going to be in the game.
Tejada 1 for 3 in his career against Bastardo. You got Juan Lagares on deck, and then Daniel Murphy. If anybody gets on, David Wright here in the bottom of the 8th. Now Farnsworth getting ready in the Mets bullpen. Each team has left 13 runners on base tonight in a 2-1 game. 0-2 to Tejada. Lofts it out to right center, and Gwynn over toward the gap. 1 out. So Tejada retired. 1 out and nobody on. Now Lagares has had a tough night at the plate. 0 for 4. Struck out his last time up. Just 1 for his last 12 at the plate.
Corners in against Lagares. And Juan takes a fastball strike. Well, the Philly bullpen has struggled most of the year. So far, they've got 2 1/3 scoreless innings. An inning from Diekman, an inning from Adams, and now the first out from Bastardo. Ball and a strike to Lagares with Murphy on deck.
Well, there's some diehard fans, Met fans, out in Sag Harbor that have just texted me. I've been watching this entire game, and they're very frustrated.
Well, perhaps they'll have an exciting ending on a frustrating night. Lagares foul tips at 1-2. This game is nearly 3.5 hours old. It's 2-1 in the 8th inning. It's really been a strange game right from the start. That scored a run, left the bases loaded in the first, and that really set the tone for the entire night.
Goodwill Hunting couldn't come up with an equation for this game.
Nice job. And Lagares foul tips it. Ruiz holds it. An 0 for 5 night for Lagares. Second time he's been struck out. And now there are 2 out of the bottom of the 8th.
Well, that's the kind of promise they thought they were going to get from Bastardo. 3 seasons ago in 2011, 64 games, 2.5 ERA, 6-1 record. They said, here's the left-hander of the future. And he has struggled at times. He's been great at times. And you saw him there at his best.
Now in his 6th year with the Phillies. Here's Murphy, who's 2 for 8 in his career against Bastardo. 1 for 3 and a walk tonight. Coming up tonight on Geico Sports Night, Eamon McEnany will have the Rangers bid to stay alive. And the NFL draft reference, best player still on the board. That's like the 490th pick, right? Well, tonight on Geico Sports Night, right after the post game on SNY. We're really going to get to Jets Nation by midnight. We got the post game show. We got the Geico Sports Night. I don't know. Maybe not tonight. Might be a little tardy.
I don't know if there's much to say.
On the post-game show?
Yeah. I mean,
he can chronicle every runner left on base. 3-0 now to Murphy with Red on deck. Well, the longest 9-inning game this year. We got a while to catch up with that. We're only at, what, about 3:32?
4 hours and 8 minutes.
But I'm sure there were a lot more runs scored in that game. That's the thing. The amazing part about this game is that it's only 2-1.
That's a cross-country flight almost.
Murphy's on with a 2-out walk. Third time Murphy's been on base tonight. So now David Wright, who's been on base 3 times tonight. They walked him his last time up when he was up against a left-hander with first base open. But now he'll get to swing against the lefty Bastardo.
There's the frustration with Bastardo. Unbelievable 2 outs. Lefty on lefty against Murph. Murph is not a home run hitter, and he walks him on 4 pitches to face David, who could put the Mets up by a run.
And a bit surprised that Sandberg wouldn't have Papelbon up for a 4-out save.
So Bastardo stays in to face Wright, maybe in part because Wright is 0 for 5 in his career against Bastardo. Well, Murphy will get a red light. Remember, he ran in a similar spot with the Mets behind late. And David was walked intentionally. That was in Colorado.
Ruiz and Yadier Molina. No one travels to that mound more.
They should play in Arizona or Detroit where they've got the path to the mound.
It's almost like they, you know, when you have a baby and you're trying to burp them through the afternoon.
No, I don't remember that.
That's kind of how it is.
1-0 to Wright.
David drives one deep left field. Over goes Brown. He won't get it. It bounces up against the wall. Murphy to third. He's being waved home. Murphy comes in with the tying run. David Wright with the RBI double, and it's 2-2. The big hit the Mets have looked for all night, and it belongs to the captain as the Mets get even in the 8th.
Well, Bastardo's got only himself to blame by walking Murphy. Fastball in. And look at Dominic Brown in left field. Looks like he's on crutches going after this ball. Very poorly played. This run shouldn't have scored. If it's played off the wall, he just kind of, he's not moving at all. And that's the difference right there. Well, David gets the big hit.
Huge hit by Wright. Great hustle by Murph.
Now he's the lead run at second for Granderson. He hits it in the air to left. This one's playable for Brown as he goes back onto the warning track. And he puts it away to retire the side. But some two-out magic for the Mets. A walk to Murphy, a run-scoring double for David Wright. And that ties it up for the Mets. Murphy scores from first on the double. 2-2 game as we go to the ninth at Citi Field. Well, guys, in 8 innings, we have seen 322 pitches, 27 men left on base, and now we're up to 4 runs.
That was
2, Phillies 2.
It's a very astute observation from the studio. That was a very bizarre game.
Yes, indeed. Kyle Farnsworth will pitch the 9th. Last time we saw Kyle, he was giving up the sacrifice fly to Marcelo Zuna that scored the game's only run on Wednesday in Miami.
And the studio has to do the post game.
That's where Stanton scored and fly to center field. But the appearance before that one is the one you'll remember in Miami. I mean, unbelievable how he extricated himself out of that 8th inning.
Came in behind Dice Case, 2nd and 3rd, nobody out, and kept the game tied. Ryan Howard leads off the 9th inning for the Phils. Howard 1 for 4. He hit it against the shift to left field, and the Mets are shifting again. And he swings and misses, nothing at 1. Howard, Bird, and Brown for the Phillies in the 9th. Philadelphia 2 runs, 7 hits. The Mets 2 runs and 9 hits.
Can you imagine, Keith, if there was a time when you first started playing where someone said in a tie game in the 9th, I'm going to allow you to get a hit, and you're going to say, no, I'm not going to. Can you imagine it? It's here.
There we go. 1-1 in the 9th. 2-2. Excuse me.
Just inside to Howard. 2-1. Farnsworth, the 5th Met pitcher of the night. Howard pulls it into the shift, and Murphy right there on the outfield grass to throw him out. Shift 1, Howard 1.
Good call.
So 1 out in the top of the 9th. Here's Marlon Byrd, who's been up 4 times, struck out 3 of them, walked the other. Funny thing is, though, Marlon may have had the best hacks of the night of any Philly, despite all the strikeouts. And he's 2 for 3 lifetime against Kyle Farnsworth. Bounce foul. 0-1 to Bird. Now, if you're Ryan Sandberg, if you get a lead, obviously you're going to go to Papelbon. But what if you don't get the lead? You go back to Bastardo. Mets will have Young, Satin, and Flores, 3 right-hand batters coming up.
I think Bastardo's good enough that when he's at his best, it doesn't matter if you're lefty or righty. But
well, we saw him at his best and worst, didn't we?
That walk to Murphy, it just can't happen. No, I mean, I know it does happen because it's a human game, but it can't happen in front of right.
Well, I mentioned that why not have Papelbon for a 4-out save? David Wright kills lefties.
He's up now. It's hard to believe they'll bring him into a tie game at the bottom of the 9th. You don't normally do that on the road. 0-2 coming to Bird. Up and away. 1-2.
I think he's just getting loose just in case the Phillies were to take a lead. He could get ready to go quicker.
Farnsworth with a 1-2, and Bird takes it just off the plate. 2-2. Here's the 2-2. Fouled it back. Farnsworth certainly had the highest of highs and lowest of lows on that last road trip. Gave up the Charlie Culberson walk-off 2-run homer in Colorado after the Mets took a lead in the top of the 9th. Had that great effort to get Daisuke out of trouble in Miami.
You know, it's interesting. He's reinventing himself. You know, he's thrown a lot more sinkers, sliders, occasional four-seamer from a guy that used to just try to blow people away.
2-2. And it goes to the backstop, and he held the swing in time. Smart move by d'Arnaud to go after it before they checked the half swing.
That was good hustle, but I thought he swung the bat.
Looked like it. Tim Timmons, the first base umpire, said no.
Well, I thought he held up.
Yeah. Strong enough to hold that bat back. Close one, though.
So a full count to Bird. He's yet to hit a fair ball tonight. A walk and 3 strikeouts. True outcome. 3-2 from Farnsworth, and it's outside. Ball 4. That was tough at bat for Marlon Byrd, and he works out the 1-out walk. That is 9 walks for Met pitchers tonight. Here's today's AT&T fan photo. Comes from Dave Singer. Ed Kranepool posing. Very nice. Always nice to get a shot with the longest tenured Met.
That's right.
Man who had more hits than anybody else in the history of Shea Stadium. Here's Dominic Brown. He's driven in both Philly runs tonight with a pair of opposite field singles. 2 for 4 in this game. Well, Yu Darvish is through 8 with a no-hitter intact. Should I check his pitch count?
Yes.
And Farnsworth behind Brown 2-0. Burr the runner at first with 1 out. Marlin not quite as fast as he used to be. But then who among us is? Brown lifts one to left. Chris Young moves over. And that's the second out. Bird back to first, 2 away. Darvish at 113 pitches through 8.
Okay.
2 walks, 11 strikeouts.
He's a guy that's thrown more. He's a big, sturdy guy.
Looks like he'll have Bradley, Pedroia, and Victorino to face in the ninth. And then Ortiz if anybody gets on. So it's not going to be easy. Here's Ruiz, who's been on base 3 times tonight with a single and 2 walks, 1 for 2.
Trying to pull a Santana, right? Santana no-hit the world champions.
Good point. And a fastball strike to Ruiz, 0-1. While the Braves and Cubs have gone 2-2 in the bottom of the 10th in Atlanta. Marlins are down 2-0 early in San Diego. They're only in the 3rd, Ronnie. I don't think we're gonna outlast them.
Oh, but I'm saying that
knock on wood.
They got 2 off Fernandez. The Padres.
Oh, they did. Jed Jerko hit a home run. But you were thinking we might be the last game left tonight. We might need a few extra innings for that.
You never know.
You never know. 0-1 coming, and Ruiz lays off. Ball and a strike.
Well, the way I look at it is, long as this game has been, and this has been an extraordinarily long game, I'm hopeful that all that construction on the LIE on exit 65 that had me hung up for 45 minutes last night, they're done by the time I get out there tonight.
Flores right in front of the grounder, makes the flip to Murphy. They get the force to end the inning, and the Mets have come in to hit the bottom of the 9th with a chance to win it. Young, Satin, and Flores due up. 2-2 game going to the bottom of the 9th. Mercedes.com. David Wright with the RBI double in the bottom of the 8th to tie it. Now the Mets set about trying to win it in their final turn at bat. Mets have 3 walk-off wins this year. Curtis Granderson has driven in the winning run in 2 of them. Chris Young is 0 for 3 and a hit batsman tonight. Antonio Bastardo starting his 2nd inning, throws a slider for a strike. It'll be Young, Satin, and Flores for the Mets in the bottom of the 9th. Phillies 2 runs, 7 hits. The Mets 2 runs and 9 hits. And Young takes a strike at the knees, and it's 0-2. Mets tied the game against Bastardo in the 8th. Satin will get his first look at a lefty tonight. He's on deck. No action in the Phillies bullpen, so this is on Bastardo to get the Phillies to extra innings. And Young leans back. He's already been hit once. That was in the middle of the back on a Roberto Hernandez pitch back in the 1st inning. Jose Valverde throwing lightly. He's doing the dice game. No hat.
Oh, no hat, no lid.
1-2 to Young. Flares one foul. Both the starters struggled tonight, even though they didn't give up much. Roberto Hernandez took 99 pitches to get through 5. He gave up 2 runs, 6 hits. Henry Mejia took 101 pitches to get through 4 2/3. 2 runs, 6 hits. I said Hernandez 2 runs, only 1 run.
1 run, yeah. He was looking at a Willie.
Off the fists, a foul ball. .28 runners left on base tonight. So if the Mets can walk off with a win and leave the bases loaded, that would be the record. 30 is the record for a 9-inning game. Here's the 1-2. Slider inside, 2-2 to Young.
Bastardo's slider is a little flat. I think that's the issue for him. It's not getting that good tilt that you want to see on the left-handed slider.
Anthony Recker checking out the scouting report on the Philly bullpen.
I thought he was worried about Quiz.
Again, the 2-2. Another foul ball. So Young giving a good account of himself here.
That was a good swing. We know Chris Young been staying in a bat for a long time. It's a hanger.
Oh boy, right on the belt high over the middle. The tilt of that head again. You see the eyes tilted? It's not good. Keep your eyes parallel to the ground.
Young hit a home run on the 11th pitch of an at bat against Miami during the last homestand. He's already 7 pitches deep in this at bat. Chris has hit 2 home runs this year. Right now hitless in his last 10 at bats. 2-2 from Bastardo, and he got him with a high fastball. Second strikeout in relief for Bastardo. 1 down in the last of the 9th.
High fastball beats him upstairs.
Let's answer our Verizon trivia question. We asked you which pitcher had more hits than any Met in any one season.
No,
it was
Stock. Yeah, he had a huge year that year.
Wow. Well, he was pretty good on the mound that year too.
Well, he had 3 more wins than hits.
That's right. 24-4. Here's Satin, who's 0 for 4 tonight. Josh has had a very tough night facing all right-hand pitching. Now he gets his first crack at a lefty, and his numbers are very much skewed toward hitting against lefties. Wilmer Flores waiting on deck. 1 out and nobody on, last of the 9th. Ball and a strike to Satin. And Josh takes one in the dirt. 2 balls and a strike.
Well, he can turn it into a very good night if he just wrap it around a foul pole and end this ball game.
That would work.
Frank Howard reference. Nice.
Get yourself a piece of cheese and wrap it, turn the fan on, and wrap it around a foul pole.
Braves won their game. Freddie Freeman a walk-off hit at the bottom of the 10th. They beat the Cubs 3-2. Zach fouls back the fastball, 2-2. This game is edging toward 4 hours old.
Oh. And to remind me.
3-2 now to Satin. Well, it's 3-2 counts. That'll get you a long way into the night.
And a lot of walks in this game, too.
Met pitchers have walked 9. Philly pitchers have walked 5.
There's been pitching changes.
That's 14 walks, 16 hits, and a hit batsman. 31 base runners, and 4 runs.
An error.
3-2 coming. And Satin pops it up. Utley makes the call. And Utley makes the catch. 2 out. Well, this day began with nothing but conversation about Wilmer Flores and the boost he might give to the Mets offense. He's contributed 2 hits today, but wouldn't it be fitting for him to send everybody home happy?
That would be quite a day. Not a blemish in the field.
Wilmer hit 5 home runs in Vegas this year.
In the middle of a huge double play. Chase Utley.
He had 1 home run in his stint in the big leagues last year. Bats here with 2 out and nobody on against Bastardo. Let's see if he jumps him first pitch. Fastball down the middle for a strike. Don't get it.
Well, if he hangs that breaking ball, we've already seen him hit 2 breaking balls for hits. Hangs that breaking ball like he did to Chris Young.
Golfs 1 foul, and it's 0-2. Farnsworth threw 17 pitches in the 9th. Valverde's up in the bullpen, so we'll see if the Mets don't score here, which one of them pitches the 10th. 0-2 to Flores with 2 out. And Wilmer watches just outside, 1 and 2.
So he puts the right leg out, Ruiz, when he wants that ball on that outside corner.
Here's the 1-2. And Flores pops 1 foul.
Although as a catcher, you got to change that up. Because if you always get down low in that position he does on only 1 pitch, the fastball, and not on the breaking ball sometimes, that's a telltale sign for your guy on deck. In the day, give you a little whistle once in a while. Let you know what's coming.
Lauren Bacall.
You know how to whistle, don't you? Flores hits it out to right. And Marlon Byrd has it measured. And on a long night, it's going to get longer. We're going to extra innings at Citi Field. Mets go out 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 9th, 2-2 as we head to the 10th. tonight in a game that is already over 4 hours old as we go to extra innings. And the fans, the hardy ones, are still around. Paid attendance of over 30,000 tonight, and a healthy number still here. Mets are 2-3 in extra innings this year. The Phillies are 2-1. Jose Valverde will get the 10th.
Well, Valverde here, as we all know, was the closer and started out quick and then lost the job, and he really hasn't been used that much. But at this stage of the game, we're in the 10th. They're going to use him.
Last pitch Tuesday night in Miami and looked good in working a 3 strikeout inning. They'll face Cody Ashe leading off in the top of the 10th. Ashe 0 for 2 with a pair of walks. Mets have used 5 different pitchers before Valverde, and they've combined to walk 9 Phillies. And Ashe takes ball 1.
Keith, thanks for picking me up with Valverde. I went to use the restroom. Funniest sight in the hallway. People huddled around outlets with their cell phone, charging them.
Oh,
it's a long night.
Well, I've got my cigarette lighter put in the car, the one you can charge off the cigarette lighter, so I'm good. I never.
Tony Gwynn hitting 9th, and the order is on deck. The pitcher's spot behind him. Valverde behind on Ashe, 2-0. And Ashe floats one out to short. Flores is there to grab it. 1 soft line drive, 1 out. Let's check in with the studio with Gary Apple to see what's going on with Yu Darvish in Texas.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Was that the rookie second baseman Odor that they just called up who couldn't quite make that diving stop?
And that's 2 now. A perfect game and a no-hitter loss.
Wow.
With 1 out.
Wow.
Early last season, he had a perfect game for 8 2/3. It was broken up. Wasn't on a hit right between his legs?
Yeah, it was just a sinker away, 2-seamer, and he laughed. I couldn't believe it, but nice to have that kind of attitude. I figure with his stuff, he knows he's going to have another opportunity.
Exactly. Well, don't you remember Armando Galarraga and the smile on his face after the bad call in his perfect game? Tony Gwynn is 0 for 1. Came up as a pinch hitter and stayed in the game in center field. Well, the Met bullpen has been solid. They've walked some people, but 5 innings now, no runs, 1 hit out of the bullpen.
You got to give him so much credit after your starter only goes 4 2/3.
Mario Hollins, who was up as early as the 4th inning of this game, is up again in the Phillies bullpen. Popped up toward the tarp and out of play.
Hollins was very good against the Mets in Citizens Bank Park. I almost said veterans.
It's been a while. Yankees held off the Brewers 5-3, so Masahiro Tanaka now 5-0. When's the last time he lost a game? Like when he was 12?
Yeah, exactly. 29-0 the last 2 seasons.
Wind goes down on strikes. High fastball from Valverde for the 2nd out.
Tanaka will pitch Thursday, right?
The Wednesday.
Wednesday?
First game here.
Okay.
Yeah, between the Mets and Yankees. They play in the Bronx Monday, Tuesday. Mets get Kuroda and Nuno.
That's right. That's right.
And then Tanaka and Sabathia here. So 2 out and nobody on. Now the pitcher spot is due up. Reed Brignac will make his Phillies debut. He was just called up today. Played last year for Colorado and the Yankees after several years in Tampa Bay. Brignac called up with Freddie Galvis sent down. Brignac, the last left-hand hitter on Ryan Sandberg's bench. He still has 3 right-hand hitters. John Mayberry, Jason Nix, and the backup catcher Will Nieves. And the off-speed pitch for a strike, 1-1. We mentioned earlier Doug Fister making his Nationals debut tonight out in Oakland. Not going well early. A's are up 4-0 on the Nats in the 4th.
We're going to give the A's respect this year. I mean, you know, we didn't 2 years ago. Certainly didn't last year. No one in the postseason did. No one did in the offseason.
And then when they lost 2 starters to Tommy John surgery, we figured no chance.
I mean, we got to own up at some point, don't we? They just keep winning.
They keep rolling out starting pitching, right?
Yeah.
Bringing Scott Kazmir, gets off to an amazing start. Sonny Gray, quickly a superstar.
Yep.
1-2 on the way. Brignac hits it in the air to left. Chris Young has it lined up. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Jose Valverde in the top of the 10th. Mets will have d'Arnaud, the pitcher's spot, and Lagares due up in the bottom of the 10th, tied at 2. At bat as they come up in the bottom of the 10th in a 2-2 game. It's been a long night at the yard. A lot of opportunities for both teams and a lot of opportunities bypassed.
Well, there hasn't been the clutch hits. This game could be very easily 15-14. Instead, it's we're locked at 2-2 in the 10th, and it's 11-27. Beautiful. Wonderful.
Each team has left 14 runners on base. Is that a credit to the pitching?
Yeah, or non-clutch hitting, right? Mario Hollins, born in Oakland, California, lives in El Cerrito, Keith, your neck of the woods, right?
And across the bay.
Yeah.
Rookie's made 13 appearances for the Phillies. He'll be their 5th pitcher of the night. Travis d'Arnaud will lead off the bottom of the 10th. d'Arnaud 2 for 4 tonight, and he swings and misses at a fastball, 0-1. So Antonio Bastardo gave up the tying run in the 8th, but then set the Mets down 1-2-3 in the 9th. Anthony Recker out on deck to pinch hit for the pitcher Valverde. Juan Lagares behind him. And Darno takes it high, a ball and a strike.
This guy's got a very unusual windup. He's all arms and legs, hides the ball pretty well, throws 90 plus.
Hey. Darno skies one to shallow center. And Tony Gwynn ambling in. So Darno is retired. And now Anthony Recker will be the pinch hitter. This will leave the Mets with 2 players left on their bench, one of whom might not be available. Bobby Abreu is left. And so is Lucas Duda, but Duda was left out of the lineup tonight because he was feeling horrible.
You know how many IVs he's had by now?
You're saying he's all better now?
Better.
Well, the dugout has gone to the rally cap.
I love it. I love the rally cap. Always have.
Any idea where the rally cap began?
I don't.
It was about the same time as the wave, wasn't it? Recker hits one in the air to center. Another easy play for Gwynn.
I'm thinking if I had to go with someone and you pinned it on me, the wave, I'm thinking Jay Johnstone.
Oh, good call.
That would be a guy I think that would start a rally cap.
So 2 out and nobody on. Now Juan Lagares, who's 0 for 5 tonight, struck out his last 2 at bats.
Well, I'll tell you what, both clubs are fortunate. It's a night game scheduled.
Juan had a game in Colorado. He was 0 for 5 going into his last at bat and drove in the go-ahead run in the 9th.
There you go.
Mets would lose it in the bottom of the 9th, but you get the idea. Lagares takes a strike, 0-1.
See, the issue you have, Gary. There we go.
Well, this game will do it to you.
The issue you have is you pull up and know so much Mets history that you can wrap any story into a fantastic beginning or end. You know what I'm saying? So within a year, within a decade, within a career, within a Mets history, there's someone who's done something on this kind of night to change it up.
I don't think I've ever seen this kind of night before, though. This game, in many ways, is unique.
Yes. I've honestly, what is this, our 9th year? I've not seen a game like this.
Well, how many years have you been in professional ball?
I've never seen a game like this.
I mean, same here. Same here. Not even in the minor leagues.
To Lagares. Murphy would be next. Speaking of unusual games, you see there was a minor league game the other night. Team came from 16 runs down to win.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Wow. Release those pitchers.
I mean, you're up 70-1. You think you're safe, right? Harris takes a big hack and fouls it back.
It's a good swing there by Juan.
Nothing's been working for him tonight. Trying to find that one big one. Juan has 1 home run this year. Again, the 2-2 from Hollins, and it sits high, breaking ball, full count. The 3-2 from Hollins to Lagares, and he pokes it foul. They'll do it again.
I was trying to think. I think he's also the same number. This young man reminded me of someone, not exactly, but a little bit like Jim Deshaies, the way that Hollins throws a little bit. Just a real tall, a lot of action. Doesn't necessarily blow you away. Hard to pick up the baseball.
Little floater behind second. Utley going out. He won't get there. And Lagares has his first hit of the night. So, second time he's turned an 0 for 5 into a 1 for 6. Let's see if the Mets can make something of it here in the 10th.
We showed that nice graphic on, what is it, 171 is the batting average on 2 strikes. His was 256 at one point in this game. Adding to it.
Just a little inside out and muscles it out into right field.
Well, in the 8th, the Mets had 2 out and nobody on. Murphy walked, and Wright was able to double him in. Now after 2 out and nobody on in the 10th, a little bloop by Lagares gets him aboard. We'll see whether Murphy can move him around. Murph has been on base 3 times tonight with a single and 2 walks. He has scored both Met runs. 1 for 3. Facing the left-hander Hollins now.
Very interesting stretch running, the way he holds the ball at the belt. Kind of like Papelbon, right?
You were talking about Chris Sale before in relation to Jake Diekman. This guy looks maybe even more like Sale. With that funky delivery. Good cut by Murphy on the fastball, 1-1.
Looked like Murph was 1-0, looking for something to end the night.
Well, Murphy hit his first home run of the year the other night in Miami. Parked it well up in the second deck in right field. Carlos Torres staying ready for the 11th, if there is one. Lagares at first and 2 out. And Murphy watches wide, 2-1. If Murph keeps it going, David Wright, who drove in the tying run in the 8th, would be next. Nobody up in the Phillies bullpen. It's all on Hollins to get the Phillies through this inning. And Murphy cuts and misses, 2-2.
Murph going for the downs again. Heading the count, 2 swing, big up. That's a tater swing right there. I don't blame him. Now he's got to go to hitting.
Two and 2 to Murphy. And Daniel takes it outside, full count. We'll get Lagares a start from first.
Well, the outfield is so deep. If one is dropped, you know, in between the outfielders, Lagares really gets going.
Howard's going to back up and play behind Lagares.
Yep.
Good idea with the left-hand hitter up. 3-2 and 2 out. And Murphy swings and misses. And we go on to the 11th. That's 10 strikeouts for the Phillies pitching staff. On to the 11th we go. Tied at 2. 10 innings down and still waiting for that big foul ball. It'll be around any time. There's a mixed family.
Gotta love it. I mean, they had the "Let's Go Mets" chant when Murph was up. Carlos Torres is in about just about every single game. Got the loss on May 7th.
He's the 7th Met pitcher of the night. And he throws outside to Jimmy Rollins. Rollins, Utley, and Howard for the Phillies in the 11th. Rollins 0 for 3 with a pair of walks tonight. So you got Torres in the game, and that leaves only Gonzalez Herman left in the Mets bullpen. Torres is a guy who can give you multiple innings. With an inning in the 3rd on Wednesday before taking the loss. And he misses high with a curveball. 2-1 to Rollins.
The way this game has gone, I would not be surprised if a player is pitching at some point. I really would not.
Did you see a good look at Cutter? You see Mitch Moreland pitching the other night?
That's right.
Throwing 95.
I know. He's quite an athlete. There's the Cutter you're talking about. Oops.
I mean, I thought Desi Relaford was the best position player I'd ever seen pitch in person. Strike 3 called. Got him with the fastball on the outside. Rollins caught looking, 1 out.
What's that little Cutter works both ways? In on his hands, Keith, and now back door.
You got
might have been around the plate.
Let's see. Ooh, that's too close to take.
It's 11 strikeouts for Met pitching. 3rd time Rollins has been fanned. And now Utley. Utley has a couple of hits tonight, but his last time up in the 8th, he came up with 2 on and 1 out, and Scott Rice got him to ground into a 4-6-3 double play to get the Mets out of a jam. That's then tied it in the bottom of that 8th inning.
Utley cracks one deep to the gap in right center field. Granderson back, won't get it. Backhands it on the warning track, and Utley pulls into second with a double. 3rd hit of the night for Utley, his 2nd double of the night. And the tie-breaking run on second with 1 out.
Well, Utley healthy and can hit with that hockey swing, that little follow through, very short stroke.
One of the most unique swings of the superstars I've ever seen.
See how he just stops his backswing. You think he'd lose a lot of his power, and I think he does.
Just cuts off that follow through. So Howard, the batter, would you pitch to him here? You got Marlon Byrd on deck.
I'd pitch to him. He's struggling.
Marlon Byrd's been their hottest hitter.
Nope, they're not.
They're going to walk him. Okay. So Howard will get the intentional pass with this is simply a lefty-righty thing. As much as anything.
I couldn't second guess either way. Howard's been struggling. Is not the same Howard of old. He doesn't look comfortable at the plate tonight at all, but I can't blame Terry for doing this.
And you know Howard's strength is down, and that's where Torres is with that cutter. So
you see he's got more go-ahead RBIs than anybody against the Mets. So Mets won't give him a chance for the go-ahead RBI here and go instead after Byrd. So there's ball 4. That is the 10th walk issued by Met pitchers tonight, the 2nd intentional walk. So here's Marlin, who's 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts, 2 walks tonight. All true results. Fog starting to roll in. We had fog early in the evening, and now a little bit of it's coming out from the top of the stadium.
Came in from San Francisco. Started out in the morning there.
That's right. It was like, what, 4 hours ago?
I believe it was 4.5. 2 on and 1 out, and Byrd takes low and in, ball 1. Well, the game in San Diego is now in the 6th. The game in LA is in the 5th. You might get what you were looking for, Ronnie.
Told you.
Last game on the board.
You guys
called that a long time ago.
Pooh-poohed and laughed at me.
Game in Seattle's in the 6th. They're rolling right along. 1-0 to Byrd, and Marlin fouls it back. Ball and a strike.
Keith, do hitters in these games sometimes start to get into, I just want to hit the ball out of the ballpark and get out of here?
You can sometimes. You can, and you can also get up there and be tired.
Yeah,
and you're out of gas.
Yeah.
And you don't have your legs, which brings to mind that game that we played in Atlanta on 4th of July.
And does your brain's not like in it anymore, locked in.
Bird fouls one away. I wonder about the catchers in a game like this. You know, Darno's out there for all 11 innings, and you're trying to concentrate on what pitch to throw next, and you got to get down in the dirt to block a wild pitch, and all those things.
And the thing is about this is that record's been used. So if this game goes 26 innings, Darno's, it's on him.
Torres ahead on Bird now, 1-2.
Got us
just missed. I think Carlos thought he had that one. 2-2.
I think if we see it over the top, we're going to see it just outside. Good pitch, though. You know, think about that pitch is cut, so it starts over the plate and then cuts away.
2-2 from Torres, and Bird hits it on the line. That's a fair ball. Off the sidewall, Utley around third. He'll score the lead run. Howard lumbering to third. The throw goes to second, not in time. It's a double for Marlon Bird just inside the chalk. And the Phillies have gone up 3-2 in the 11th.
I just had a bad feeling about an old Met coming back the next year. You intentionally walk a guy. How often does this happen? Off the end of the bat, just fair. And the Phillies are even in Utley again, quality base running, making sure he's not doubled up, scores easily. Howard the same thing. And Utley hustling home because there was a play at second. He knows he didn't pull up because if they were, well, there's one out, didn't matter. So
Mets will now intentionally walk Dominic Brown to load the bases and bring up Carlos Ruiz with the bases loaded. Second intentional walk of the inning, and the Mets' 11th walk of the night. So they walked Howard to pitch to Bird. You'd have to say Carlos Torres made an outstanding pitch.
The only reason that ball stays fair is because he broke his bat and it's off the end of the bat. If he hits that square, it turns foul, right on the line.
Well, the Phillies led for most of the night. Mets tied it in the 8th. Now the Phillies have regained the lead in the 11th. And Jonathan Papelbon gets up in the Phillies bullpen with a save opportunity in front of him. Now Dan Warthen will head to the mound. There's Papelbon. Warthen will go out to talk to Torres about pitching to Ruiz, and you're looking for the double play ball here. Ruiz tonight 1 for 3, singled back in the second. He's walked twice.
You know what a pitching coach will say to you here, guys? You know, you're deflated. You've given up the go-ahead run. You've had to walk a couple of hitters. He'll just come up and say, hey, listen, you threw a good pitch. He got lucky. It hit on the line. Just go back to your strength. Get us a ground ball. We'll turn 2 for you, and we'll get you a win next inning. I mean, that's the kind of things that you'll hear when you're out there.
John Mayberry is now running for Howard at third. He'll stay in for defense.
Well, you know what? It's a line drive off the end of the bat, and it's a line drive in the paper tomorrow with an RBI.
Just remember that pitch a couple pitches before that was just so close for Torres.
And a good pitch. Yep. It was out of the strike zone, outside corner low.
Ruiz pointing for something like he wants a different bat or. What's that one? The Savoy?
Ruiz just 1 for 8 in his career against Torres. That's in for a strike, 1-1. Well, the Mets have 3, 4, and 5 in their order coming up at the bottom of the 11th. Wright, Granderson, and Chris Young. So if Torres can keep this a 1-run game, the Mets might still have themselves a chance in the bottom of the inning. 1-1 to Ruiz, and he taps one and trickles foul. 1-2. Mets have certainly had their moments against Papelbon the last few years. Of course, some of that was the Valdespin magic. One-two from Torres, and Ruiz goes down on strikes. Here's a big strikeout for Torres for the second half.
Wow. That's a tough strikeout in Ruiz right there. The sacrifice flies an insurance run here and gets him.
But again, you know, Ruiz has caught 10 innings. He's 35 years old, late in the game. It's a tough at bat. So now 2 out. And here's Cody Ashe, the number 8 hitter, 0 for 3 with a pair of walks. Bases loaded, 2 out. Top of the 11th. A run in on Marlon Byrd's run-scoring double. Good swing by Ashe. Fouls back the fastball. Ball and a strike to Ashe. Torres throws the 1-1, and Ashe lifts one to shallow left. On comes Chris Young, and that retires the side. The Phillies take the lead. Torres avoids further trouble. Marlon Byrd, his first game back at Citi Field since the Mets traded him away, and he finds the chalk, much to the dismay of Torres. Mets down a run at the bottom of the 11th. NY is brought to you by the New York State Smokers Quit Line, by Geico, By Lexus, introducing a car designed with one purpose, to stand apart. The 2014 Lexus IS. It's your move. And by Aquafina. Visit MLB.com/Aquafina and take the pledge to drink up. John Mayberry stays in the game at first base after pinch running for Ryan Howard. And Jonathan Papelbon on to try and save it. Jason Nix as well has come in to play third base for defense.
Well, Papelbon's got a 12-inning scoreless streak, 295 saves, which is the most in baseball the last 9 seasons.
He's only 5 for 8 in his career in save opportunities against the Mets, with an ERA over 4. David Wright's been on base 4 times tonight, drove in the tying run with an 8th-inning double. And goes after the first one. 0-1.
Was that a sinker or a split
A
finger?
little sink it looked like.
Changing his spots.
Curtis Granderson, who has a couple of home runs in his career against Papelbon, waiting on deck. David 2 for 3 and a pair of walks tonight, and he takes a fastball strike, and it's 0-2. Mario Hollins is now pitcher of record on the long side, in line for his first major league win as the Mets alter their rally caps. The Harvey Wheeler sideways rally caps. 0-2 coming to right. He fouls it back.
Well, there's a big dispute on where rally caps start, but if you look at Wikipedia, it says that many baseball fans and baseball writers trace their first awareness of the rally cap to the 1985 New York Mets.
I have no doubt.
So that would be Howard Johnson,
Tuff, Bobby O.
Yes.
Straight out of a Let's Go Mets Go video.
It's the 0-2. David drives it down the left field line, but foul.
He hit a bullet. Just got a little ahead of it.
Well, it was a little splitter sinking down and in, and all he can do was pull it hard foul. All right.
He waited a long time to get that ball.
Almost 5 hours ago.
Papelbon's 0-2, and Wright goes down to the high fastball for the first out of the bottom of the 11th.
Well, in, away, and upstairs. Pitched David pretty tough. Took care of him.
4-seamer you saw there by Papelbon to make that ball rise.
So 1 out. Now Curtis Granderson. There are only 4 hitters who've ever had 2 home runs in their career against Jonathan Papelbon. Granderson's one of the 4. And he drives this one to right, but playable for Bird. And that's the second out.
A little bit towards the end of the bat.
And so the Mets are down to their final out of the night.
Just out enough. Trying to pull it end of the bat.
So it's left to Chris Young, who's 0 for 4 tonight. Young has a hit in his only career at bat against Papelbon. Young lifts one to right center. Over comes Gwynn. And that'll do it. The Phillies win it in 11 in a game that featured 32 runners left on base. Marlon Byrd gets the winning hit in his first game back at Citi Field since the Mets traded him away. And the Mets lose for the 7th time in their last 8 games as the Phillies take it in 11, 3-2.
Well, the ex-Met Marlon Byrd, who had a big year and a big year here at Citi Field with a hit. It was funny, after the game, Papelbon went up vehemently up to give a fist bump to Ruiz. Ruiz was like, save it. You only been in here for an inning. Tough game.
Took 4 hours and 39 minutes to complete. And it was ugly for most of the night.
Well, it's just a tough loss. They're fortunate. Both teams are really fortunate that it's a night game scheduled tomorrow, and both catchers are probably not going to be in the lineup tomorrow. They had their work cut out for them catching the entirety of this game.
Phillies left 17 on base. The Mets left 15 on base. Two teams now tied for last place in the National League East as the Mets lose their 4th straight as they fall to the Phillies 3-2. The Mets have scored just 5 runs in their last 4 games. Phillies snap a 4-game losing streak. Game 2 of the series tomorrow night. Dylan G on the mound against Kyle Kendrick. It'll be on Pix 11 tomorrow night. Our next SNY telecast, the final game of the series Sunday with John Neese against Cole Hamels. Now for Ron Darling, Keith Hernandez, Steve Gelbs, and our entire SNY crew. I'm Gary Cohen at Citi Field. Time for WB Mason post-game live. Let's join Gary Apple and Bobby Ojeda in the studio.